Welcome back, one and all, back here to the Umzansi Esports League. We are continuing now with the 5th season, the latest iteration of the competition where we determine who are the best FIFA players on the continent, who are the best PUBG Mobile teams on the continent, and who is the best overall esports player on our wonderful continent of Africa. My name is Sneh. I'm joined today by Tendo Players, and we'll be bringing you the opening segment of the day in FIFA 22 and seeing exactly how, in these opening few days, things shake up, who puts their best foot forward, who allows themselves to climb the rankings, and who puts themselves in contention for that all-important prize pool. Tendo, good sir, here on the second day of this 5th season, how are you doing, good sir? And how are you looking forward to the games that we have coming up for the day? Of course, starting in the FIFA side of things, where we have a somewhat interesting matchup, right? Talk to us about what this is going to be as we have it coming up on the screen right now.
I think today is going to spill for a lot of interesting scenarios, right? I think we've got the first game in here. It's Bobo Beast, who is making a return over here to just try prove something. I think he's got a good opponent to start off the season with. I think a newbie into the game over here, Rukza. And obviously coming in from Nkosi Super Cup, you know, he might have some different tactics to implement, and it might be interesting to see how he goes against Bobo. But for Bobo, this is a must-win game if he's going to try to cement himself as, you know, a contender. And I mean, Masoom versus Young Savage, we were talking behind the scenes just now. And I said that whoever wins this one is probably going to be second place for the season, right? Because for me, it's the Beast Bianchi finishing at top.
Second place of the season, and we have to remember that getting second place is not just an academic exercise. It's all about getting a hold of this massive prize pool that Nodwin Gaming has brought to us here in the Umzansi Esports League. $2,500 within the side of FIFA 22, $15,000 for PUBG Mobile. And of course, it's not just important how big the prize pool is, we need to know exactly how it will be distributed. So seeing exactly how things are going to be allocated, Tendo, this really shows the importance of having an opening showing that's very strong. You were talking about Bobo Beast being able to demonstrate his quality, Rukza being able to show that he belongs in the Umzansi Esports League. It's all about trying to get to the top, fam, because the difference between $1,200 and $50, pretty damn steep, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very steep. And it's just like one of those situations where you really have to just look at kind of like this distribution and understand that, like, look, yes, I can have a decent season, maybe finish 5th place and be like, all right, happy. But you definitely want to make it over the top into that 4th place position when things really start to stack up and you can really start to see the end of things. I mean, there's so much to play for, and I mean, there's a long season coming ahead, right?
Yep. A very long season coming ahead, and it's all about being able to get yourself to the top of the FIFA 22 leaderboard. Right now, as things stand, due to the results from yesterday, the Beast Bianchi at the very top of the leaderboard with a 3 points tally and 4 goals in his favor. Deevak right behind him with a 1 goal difference and also 3 points. And rounding out the rear at the bottom will be Mobizilla and Darth Mayhem, both on 0 points apiece, but with -1 goal difference and -4 goal difference respectively. And Tendo, you were mentioning this yesterday, that after today, we'll have a much clearer idea of what this table is really going to look like. Because it's not just going to be about those points, it's about this goal difference. And looking at the players that still have left to play, it's kind of incredible considering the names that we still have to see playing out, see competing against each other. Any one of these scores right now, as they look, could be drastically different by the time we get to the end of the day's proceedings content.
Yeah, it could definitely be really different. You know, we might see someone like Masoom at the top, Young Savage at the top. Just, you know, the goals is going to be really where they're going to have to stack up, because obviously the Beast Bianchi is leading by a positive 4 goals right now. So that's going to have to be 5 at the end of this. And I mean, Snake, can you really predict any of these games to go down to 5? If it's going to be any game, I think it's going to be this first one, Bobo Beast versus Rukza. We're going to have to hone in our sights on that, because I think it's a big opportunity for Bobo to actually go to the top of the table, right? We might see some interesting things come in from Rukza, but ultimately I think Bobo has gotten a lot of experience and he's no longer that newbie in the game. He's kind of, you know, competing a little bit. He's kind of like on that level that we can talk about with Mobi, where, yeah, Mobi can be really competitive with the top dogs. He's just not being able to take it over the line. This is kind of those situations where you have an opportunity to take it over the line and you have to kind of cement it. 5 goals could be possible, but I don't want to count Rukza out.
also don't want to count Rukza out, right? Because we've been in this exact same position before, Tendo. Looking at an up-and-comer from the Nkosi Super Cup, going up against an Umzansi Esports League talisman. And beforehand, it's been Bobo Beast who's been on the other side of that conversation, right? He's been the one that's had to show his medal, show that he belongs here. And he's done so successfully season after season after season. Sort of like, between himself and Young Savage, I say these two guys are the success story of what is possible through the Nkosi Super Cup. So in this situation, yes, I'm favoring him, but that's mostly because we've seen what he's capable of, seen his growth in a very short span of time. And Rukza at the moment is still a bit of an open box, right? We have no real idea of where his quality lies relative to the top echelon of the FIFA field. Obviously, he has won and done well in the Nkosi Super Cup, but it's a very different situation up here in the Umzansi Esports League. That being said, though, Tendo, I think from what we saw yesterday, one of the most important things is going to come down to the team selection, right? And exactly how you utilize these players on the pitch. For example, yesterday, Mobizilla, despite having a lot of control on the game, despite playing very well, sometimes you could see that the lack of extremely pacey players on the squad let him down and didn't allow him to score the necessary goals he needed at the end of the game. Are we expecting anything that we saw yesterday to transpose into today in terms of team selection at the very least?
I would imagine so. I think a lot of players are going to stick to what is meta right now and just try to work around the players that are working out, especially when you're looking at attack. It's all right to experiment, I think, and a player that we always highlight that loves to experiment is Moby. We saw him coming in with, like you said, a lot of Eastern European players, and at certain times we saw the advantages just based on his play style and just his individuality, but ultimately it's ended up being a little bit of a downhill spiral for him. So we'll see now what actually happens. Will we see, Bobo and Rukza use more of the conventional players that we would more likely see throughout the rest of the season? Or will they come in with these experimentals? I mean, yesterday we even saw Ronaldo, R9 pull in, and that was an interesting one for me. I didn't think anybody would really be looking towards that, but sometimes those classics, those legendary cards can be really useful if that's kind of like your playstyle. If it doesn't work for your playstyle and you see someone using it, it's not always a good bet to go and use that kind of player, right? It's sometimes better to just stick with what's meta, what's working out. And I mean, when we're looking at defense, we've got a lot of players already kind of like on the radar there. Rudiger, Marquinhos was over there. We're still seeing Hakim being picked up. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting, right?
It's going to be extremely interesting. And like you mentioned, because we have the situation where there are so many team dynamics that could be different, really does depend on how comfortable you are with the players. One thing that, for example, we saw last season, you were talking about some of these legendary players. Week 1 and 2, everybody had Hullet in the team. Not necessarily the case by the time you get to the end of the season, because everybody figures out, it might not be best for my particular playstyle. So I'm very excited to see what's going to be brought to the table here. And something that I'm also quite looking forward to in this particular matchup, given that Bobo Beast, of course, not necessarily always finding himself being a favorite in a game, right? I'm looking forward to seeing how he approaches a game where he's the one expected to win. Half the time that we've seen him play, it's always on the back foot, Tendo. It's always him trying to come back, always him trying to exploit the underdog advantage. In this situation, he's the one with the very clear historical advantage, the very clear experience advantage. So seeing how he approaches a game from that perspective will be very interesting, especially because, let's be serious, this is probably going to be one of the easier matchups that either of these two gentlemen is going to have. It only gets harder and harder for both of them as time goes on.
Yeah, it does get harder and harder. I mean, this season is stacked up, honestly. It's a really tough time, maybe when you're entering as a newbie, like, all right, there's all these players that have already made a name for themselves, and I have to stack up against them. But I mean, this is how you make a name for yourself. This is how you get the experience to make it to the top. You have to just make sure you're coming out. And like you said, Bobo is definitely one of those players that we see on the back foot quite often. I don't imagine seeing him on the back foot in this game, at least for, what we are talking about in terms of just like what to expect from him and just like all the experience that he's gained. He should be in the controlling seat in this kind of situation. But I mean, not so long ago, like you said, he was one of these players that just came in and we didn't really know what to expect from him. And I even remember him beating the likes of the Beast Bianchi. And he was the only person for a while. The Beast could only take down the Beast, right? And we made a whole joke about it, but it was a serious thing. And sometimes it happens like that. We don't know. Maybe Rukza has Bobo's number wrapped up, sealed up, but we're going to have to just wait and find out exactly what's going to happen.
Absolutely, and while the players are busy getting ready with their teams, getting ready with their controls, making sure that everything is as pitch perfect as possible, I want to go back to something that we saw a lot yesterday, right? Across both games, this more chip lobbing, passing type of meta, right? We started to see it evolve over the course of the day, and it happened the same way in both games. Both team players, or at least both winning players yesterday, started the game playing a much more traditional wing style, you know, just short passes, trying to expand the pitch in that way. And then as time started going on and they were struggling with the defense, they started going in for these lob balls. I actually went in today, right? Because I was very curious. Why did it look so much better? And I'm not sure if you'll recall, but yesterday, when we were off air, just before the broadcast started, I was asking you, like, there was a patch, a fairly big one. Did FIFA change anything? And as far as I know, there haven't been any recorded changes in terms of how the game progresses. But I can tell you from experience today, I won 3 games, Sendo, doing almost nothing but lob passes. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think it's a little bit better now than expected. And I'm pretty much anticipating we're going to see more of it, not only today, but as we go forward in the season.
Yeah, it's kind of like just when it came out and the keepers were insane. And I mean, we're still seeing the keepers doing insane saves. I remember Donnarumma, I think it was between the game between the Beast, right? Just doing a crazy like Spider-Man dive to take the ball out. And those are the kind of mechanics that players are, you know, manipulating here and there, making sure that the keeper's positioned in a nice spot and just like pushing them out when they need to be, and just knowing that, you know, the game favors them in that kind of situation. The Beast was another player, or rather the Beast continued to use slide tackling, and we're talking a lot about it. It's like, dude, how are these cups getting through? There's no way. The ref is blind. And I mean, is this the time that someone like the Beast has spent in the game understanding exactly where the mechanics can be pushed and what is happening? And then you can just use them in your own games and just manipulate them in that kind of way. So I think for a lot of players, it's, if you don't have that kind of experience, it's time to start to, like, you know, work on those things behind the scenes, because when it gets to game day and someone pulls out something that you have not seen at all, it can always shake you up. So it's always better to kind of prepare, kind of see exactly like what everybody else is doing, watch the VODs, see what kind of gameplay most people are trying to like lean towards, and just like where the meta's lying, just so you know whether, if you're coming in as one of those players that has their own game plan, their own strategy, where could my strategy falter based on how everybody else is playing.
Absolutely, and that's one of the key aspects of playing in this longer format league that we do have here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. The fact that you don't play every single day, you don't even play every single week, and that more extended time means you have more opportunities to look back on the tape, assess what your opponents are doing, like you said, assess the direction the meta is going. And sometimes, as we've seen before, players like the Beast Bianchi, who is a reigning champion, the thing he did successfully was isolate and identify where the meta was going before everybody else, play in advance of that meta, and nobody really could deal with him in that particular situation. So quite excited to see what's going to be the changes happening and how everybody approaches this game. And before we start this game here, Tendo, just a quick one. We did this yesterday. Let's do it again. Scoreline prediction, fam. Who's winning? How many goals? And how is it going to go between these two guys?
That's so tough, man. I'm here rooting for Bobo to go top of the table by the end of the day, so he needs to win with a positive of 5. So maybe like 1-6. We'll see if that comes into fruition. You never know. But like I said, we can't count Rukza out, so we'll see exactly what he can lay up on the table. Okay, we'll predict the next game when we get there. Let me, you know, boil a little bit, think about it, see how this first game goes, because, you know, I feel like after watching that first game yesterday, it kind of dictated how the rest of the day was gonna go. So might be another one of those.
Certainly might be another one of those coming up here as we are about to kick off with this first game here on the second day of the Umzansi Esports League in our 5th season. The opening matchup between RukzaTheRuler as well as Bobo Beast. These two gentlemen need their points. They need to perform as well as possible to show exactly how far they can go. And with that, Tendo, we have a game of FIFA. So let's get into it. Bobo Beast, RukzaTheRuler, 3 points on the line. Let us get it. Of course, Bobo Beast, just like last season, still chilling in his white kit, man. He's not going to be changing anything in that regard. And it looks like he's playing a fairly normal team. Okay, will this attack go through? There's no way. There's no way this actually is going to be an early goal, right? Nah, he's playing a lot more slowly. I wanted to ask your opinion here as we see a good defensive maneuver. Woo! Just barely tackled out What do you think is better actually for teams? Oh no, wait, I can't talk about anything except for an attacking position because RukzaTheRuler finds himself with Mbappe inside the box. Nintendo, I was going to ask you about team selections. Who cares? It's an opening goal from the Umzansi Super Cup, man.
Yeah, what a quick play. Just wasn't on there, was he, Bobo? He's going to have to fix that one up as the rest of the game continues and string up this attack at least. We'll see how he can play down the wing. Finds a little bit of... Oh, no, I'm lying. The defender's right on that. They're going to recycle the ball and send it forward. That's a big lob pass. We've been talking about these lob passes coming through. Yes, and this might be dangerous. Rukza, he's looking like he's ready to pounce. And we'll see now. The ball's been recycled. Through ball in. It's a counter. Will the shot come through? He takes it. It goes in. Woo! Hello. We got a game on our hands, and it's only 10 minutes in.
10 minutes in, we've already gotten 2 goals happening in either direction here. A 1-1 so far. This is pretty incredible here, Tendo. R9 showing his quality from the side of Bobo Beast, and on the other side, Mbappe showing what's up from RukzaTheRuler. But what was very interesting to me was how easily they were able to both slice through these defenses. We saw the lob passes, we saw the directed through balls, and they worked out really well, despite us having similar defenders at what we saw yesterday. We did see the Varane, we did see the Cancelo, but not able to actually keep it out and clear. But while we still have a second here, I just want to ask you a quick opinion. Who do you prefer in one of your teams? Reece James or Trent Alexander-Arnold? Who would you rather have?
Man, I'm gonna put the James pick right there, honestly. I think I'm feeling James. I've seen a couple of good plays already from a lot of the players with James, so I think that's gonna be on my starting lineup for now. Nice little interception there. Cancelo's gonna play the ball down. We'll see exactly what can happen here for Bobo. Maybe the fire is ignited now, and he'll be able to just move this along the line. Defensive line is looking good right now, and it will come through for a clutch moment there for Rukza, as he will be able to now push the ball forward for himself. Playing it down the middle, might find a little room to work with. That's a big up, and the ref's like, nah, man, what you guys talking about?
You wanted to see this. Anything. Yeah, you wanted to see these aggressive tackles, and it's happening.
Yeah, no.
The question is, though, can he turn this into aggressive posture elsewhere, as he did find himself dispossessed, so he needs to try and find that similar kind of defense. Misses out on the interception, but turns out that was an interesting offside call there from the referee, but ultimately he does give the ball over to Bobo. What can he do with it here? Finds Paqueta, who's also been very much on the rise of being very useful for a lot of these squads. Felipe Anderson finds Mbappe in the middle of the park. A very errant pass, though, Tendo. Gives up possession very cheaply. That almost got him punished, but he was rather prepared to say, you know what, I'd rather you have a throw-in than you get this opportunity to run on a practically exposed flag at that time.
Yeah, it's a little bit shaky right now, I think, in the beginning. I'm not too sure really who's going to take this one. It's still kind of in the spot where you like to say where we're both correct with our prediction. I was like 6-1. It's still technically in that role. Bobo really needs to kind of fix his play right now. I don't think he's too comfortable with what Rux is putting up on the table. And we've been discussing how, you know, these new players can come in and just shake you up because you're not too used to how they're playing. Let's see what can happen from this throw in here for Rukza. A lot of pressure. Double man marking will get away just so a little bit. No, ooh. The ball is taken back now. Let's see what Mbappe can do on this attack for Bobo. Running it in. Mbappe, the defensive line is held up strong. Cancelo now on it. Doesn't have a lot of room to work with here, Bobo. But maybe, no. Whoa. The defender says not today. Son. My man is on it. He's ready, and he's making this dangerous run, but just not enough space for that ball to get trapped nicely to work off with. And, I mean, now it's going to be another attack for Bobo.
Bobo will have to try and make the use of this time that he has on the ball. Let's see what he's got. He's got himself on the edge of the wing with Jadon Sancho. Pass goes into Mbappe. Mbappe, though, getting immediately dispossessed. All right. So strong challenges coming in from RukzaTheRuler, demonstrating that he's not going to be a pushover, and find some space for Sadio Mane on the left flank. Ball finds itself into the middle of the box, and the referee comes up for a penalty. All right. We had a penalty yesterday, Tendo, where Giulio the Beast Bianchi completely whiffed it. Let's see if we can expect more out of RukzaTheRuler. The Umzansi Super Cup man. No! No! Sends the ball into the audience, giving somebody a birthday present, but denying himself a goal from the penalty.
Yeah, that's tough to watch. I think penalties are going to be a big problem for the Umzansi Esports League players this time around. It's not been easy. I don't think we've seen too many FIFA 22 goals via penalty thus far, even in the last season, just before we started there. But we'll
Fam,
see now what
all the
Bobo
pros are
can...
bad at it. I don't know why, but they all suck. I don't understand what's the situation.
Dude, honestly, man, it's a bit wild. You'd think that maybe, you know, you do a couple drills here and there on the pens, because it happens every now and then, right? Where a cheeky penalty comes through, the ref's eyes are actually finally open in the game, and you know, you get your moment to shine, and then there's no moments to shine. But maybe here's a moment for Mbappe to shine on the side of Bobo Beast. He's running on in. Anderson's on the ball. He's trying to line up a shot, but actually going for the tiki-taka, fancy footwork, but it's not fancy enough to get past the defenders.
Made the attempt, but unfortunately the attempt is nothing. He's still in a decently attacking position here because Rukza hasn't been able to clear his lines just yet. Being very, very careful about where and how he's going to recycle this ball back out to play. We'll find Theo Hernandez, who has quite a lot of support in front of him. We'll find Mbappe instead of Mane. Mane trying to run into the space there, but he's already covered immediately by Trent Alexander-Arnold. Sondo is in space, but there's no way the ref allows that one. Offside is going to go up, and that's just going to be back into Bobo.
Just a hair. The timing, saw the vision that he had over there, Rukza, but just the timing was a little bit off. I think Bobo made sure to manipulate that. We'll see now what he can work with here. Cancelo bringing the ball forward with Mbappe, running it with Anderson now. And, oh, defender closed him off. Oh, no. Hernandez is like, nah, he ain't going anywhere. This is my ball today. But now, Rukza, he's really out here, I think, proving us wrong, right? Now, I think we expected Bobo to be in the driver's seat, but anything but. I think Bobo's not really comfortable with what's going on right now.
This might actually just be the case of what his experience has been like in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. The fact that he's always on the back foot, might not know how to conduct himself when things are just going smoothly. Now, though, he's on the back foot because he has to watch out for this attack. Beautiful passing coming in from Rukza. Nabu Fekir isolates Son inside the box, and the shot will be let go, but unfortunately it just goes just slightly over the bar. But that came very close, Tendo, and Rukza, he's been by far the more threatening player between the two of them here in this first half of the match.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Rukza. He's ready to play. He's in the league, and he knows he has a lot to live up for. And for Bobo right now, you have to be asking a couple of questions. Is it one of those where he was like, all right, you know what, I got this in the bag. Let me just hang back. Or exactly what is going on, because it feels like he's a little bit asleep. He's usually a little bit more explosive in the beginning. I mean, yes, it's equal 1-1, so it's not like the game's ran away from him just yet, but things could get very, very bad later down the line, especially if Rukza continues to play how he is right now. I think he's looking, like you said, the better in form right now, at least. In that first half, he was more in form, he was more ready. That goal slipped away from him, but I mean, look, he's been holding up.
He definitely has been holding up. It's almost like he's done a lot of preparation specifically for this matchup. I mean, just the way he's been able to completely control the R9 of Bobo Beast, hasn't really been able to find much space outside of that goal itself. And also the fact that he's been able to get these crosses reliably like this, Tendo, gets it into the middle of the box. The header's gonna be there, only slightly wide. Oh my goodness. If RukzaTheRuler had slightly better finishing, we'd be looking at a 3-1 matchup probably right now, Tendo. But to the luck of Bobo Beast, that is not the case. So he's still in this one, even if it's just by a hair.
Just by a hair, he stays in it. Rukza still on the ball. Very troublesome moments over here for Bobo Beast. He hasn't found any stability in the beginning of this half. Vieira on it. Fekir, let's see exactly what kind of space he can make. And just trying to open the defense up here, Rukza, but doesn't find any room to work with. So good on Bobo there to capitalize on that. We'll turn the ball over. Let's see exactly where he's going to try pinpoint this attack. He's trying to play down the wing, but the space is being closed out well by Rukza. But he finds a little pocket in. What a cup! Hello, ref.
All right, you know, I got this, Tender. You know what the issue is, right? The referee looks and he's like, you know what, there's no point giving penalties if you're all going to miss them anyway. So it's fine. We'll just let the play go. Very strong challenge coming in there from RukzaTheRuler, and doesn't get penalized for it at all. Bobo Beast, though, still going to come back on another opportunity. Finds R9. Will he be able to get past this man, Varane? Not going to be strong enough for the challenge, but Marquinhos is on it. Gets the ball right back out into midfield. This is the chance for Rukza. In the second half, he has been denied much opportunity to go further up, but now here is his chance. He's inside the box. Can he find a player? He can. He gets to Mbappe. Mbappe finds the shot, but it will not find the back of the net. clearing his lines will be Bobo Beast, who yet again, somehow, some way, still staying in this matchup, Tendo.
Staying in it just by a hair here, Bobo Beast. It's not looking good for him thus far. Still a lot of time to work with, though. It's only the 60th minute into this game. He's stringing together an attack, and hopefully he finds a nice little pocket of space to work. Finds a little bit of room down the middle here. Ali on the ball. Finds the pass in, but still the defense is closing him off. Will he be able to penetrate through this? Is in the box now, but he's just playing with the ball a little bit too much there. He loses out on it, and this could be dangerous. There's a run being made on the wing, but Rukza has not capitalized from it just yet. But now onto Mbappe. Vieira playing it. We'll see if he finds the room, but no room to be found once again. And they kind of just had a stalemate, I feel, Snare. Like, one attacks a little bit and the other attacks a little bit. And it's not really like a real biting attacks. Except for this, the lob pass is in. Maybe something. This is a kick. Oh my goodness, Rukza's lucky with that one.
Rukza, that was a golden opportunity for Bobo Beast. He's not going to be able to take a hold of it. And it is indeed getting bogged down in midfield. But the difference is here, Tendo, that generally speaking, Rukza is getting his balls into the final third, into the box, into these threatening positions. And Bobo really been struggling to get past the final two men here. Will have another opportunity, though. Find himself in front of Marquinhos. And again, either Marquinhos or Varane, they just prevent him from moving forward into that space. This time around, blocking off the shot. Does force a corner kick, though. And now that it's been recycled to R9, will he go for the edge of the box shot? He will. But I think it bounced off a white shirt, though. He has to keep this in. Otherwise, it's going to be a goal kick. Doesn't matter, though, as the goalkeeper gets his hands on the ball regardless. And that's once again another attack from Bobo Beast just snuffed out. But he has a chance here, Tendo. Oh, no. This might be the steal of a century. Is this going to be a goal of a century as well? R9 being closed down right now. But guess who it is? The great prophet. He's back. Achraf Hakimi says no. Bobo Beast still cannot score.
Once again, just a checkmate, and a lot of the balls being squandered down the middle from both players. Bobo there was on the offense for quite some time, but didn't capitalize. And right now, we'll see if Rukza can work off this. He's got some players running it down. No space to work with. Bobo's going to get that ball. And I mean, yeah, right now, Bobo's alive. He's really awake, but he's just not finding the back of the net just yet. Here's Mbappe trying to run it down. Doesn't have to work with. There are a couple of options in front of him, but he's trying to hold on to it. He's trying to find the pocket of space by himself over here. Bobo Beast desperately needs this. He does not want to go into the next game by a draw, but as it stands, it's looking like it might just be like that. Rukza now on the attack of his own. We'll see exactly where he can take this, and it's towards Hernandez on the wing.
Theo Hernandez will now find Sadio Mane, who gets a beautiful cross. What? Oh my goodness, that was going to be a goal denied. But Rukza says, no, you will not deny me this time around. Son in position off of the unfortunate spillage from the goalkeeper. In that situation, you're hoping that he has diamond hands. But Tendo, he lets it slip. And that's going to allow Rukza to capitalize on it, turning it into a 2-1 lead right now. You were talking about how Bobo doesn't want to go into the next game in a draw. Definitely doesn't want to go into it losing this first game. And this is the opening showing from him. A player that, like you said, normally comes in explosively in the Umzansi Esports League, but he's struggling right now. He needs this goal. He needs it bad. Paqueta trying to get past this man will not be able to do so. Black shirts of Rukza everywhere. They crowd him out, and they crowd him out successfully enough, Tendo, to deny him the equalizing goal.
It's just so tough right now for Bobo, but it's got some space. Sancho with the shot! The equalizer comes in the dying embers, 87 minutes in. What kind of game is this? Honestly, I thought that was it for Rukza. He's got it. He's got it in the bag. He's got the early advantage in this leg, but no, not just yet. Bobo still has something to say, and he's still holding onto the ball. There's a little bit of time to work with, but Rukza is the one that will get it. We'll see exactly if he can capitalize off this final play. It's a lob pass in over here. It might be dangerous, but the defenders on it, Quadrado's like, I will stand to fight another day. Let's bring this into a game number 2, maybe.
Who knew that we'd be watching Tendo Juan Cuadrado being primarily utilized as a wing back, but that's what we're seeing here today. Not just today, but so far in the Umzansi Esports League. It's been happening game after game after game, but this game will end as a draw. 2-2 will be the final scoreline between Rukza and Bobo Beast. And Tendo, we were talking about it before the game started, right? How will Bobo perform when he's in the driver's seat, when he's in the front foot, when he's the one that has the advantage? regrettably, feels like old habits kept cropping up, right? Where you'd almost see him become a way better player as soon as he concedes a goal. Immediately, he's attacking, passes are great, accuracy is amazing, gets a goal back. But when he's the one that's supposed to be controlling the pace, he has the possession, he's building up the plays, that same clinical desire to just take the game by the scruff of the neck, we didn't really see it in those moments. So what happened? What can Bobo do to try and change that around for himself?
It was definitely just not being alive when he needed to be. You know, sometimes, especially when I remember playing, you know, sports in school, playing rugby, your coach would always tell you that, look, the first 10 minutes of the game is the most important, right? That's when you set the precedent of like, what are we doing today? Are we going to be the winners? Are we going to be the losers? And I think right from the beginning, we could see Bobo's tempo was just not a winning tempo, right? It wasn't a losing tempo. Definitely, right? It ended as a draw, but it wasn't a winning tempo, that's for sure. So I think coming into that next game, he just has to be turned on and ready to take this action. If not, we're just going to get a similar result, maybe, where it's just a back and a forth. It's a deadlock in the middle field, and maybe one player holds onto the ball and is attacking quite a little bit towards the front. But I mean, if that's all it's going to be, just a tug and a war, no one's going to ultimately fall over at the end of it. And the draws become, you know, those kind of things that will bite you in the season, right? It's like this one draw here is going to be the difference between them either coming into playoffs or out of playoffs, right? Let's say either of them have a good season like that. So you definitely want to take it over the line and get this dub and not keep it at this deadlock.
The deadlock is very detrimental towards your chances of success, your chances of claiming the top 4 prizes here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Not Gaming Africa, where the big money is at. But on the other side for RukzaTheRuler here, a draw for him, unfortunately, we've seen this before. The draw might be the difference between staying in the Umzansi Esports League at all and being relegated and having to fight for your life here. So he needs this win just as much as Bobo the Beast does. So we'll see which one of these two gentlemen will claim it with the second game here. Let's see, Tendo, who has got this one, who has been able to make this happen for themselves with the second game. I am hoping for another draw, maybe 3-3. I'll be honest. That was actually very exciting to watch, and it feels like these two seem to have brought out some of the best of each other in the last 10 minutes. I'm hoping that they continue that same pace that they ended the game with at the beginning of this one.
I think I saw a cheeky Salah pick over there as well. So that's going to be quite exciting to watch. Passes in. There's an opportunity, but squandered. Hello, you got to wake up. Okay. It's that early game moment where you can take the opportunity to capitalize, and it's just squandered there, Snare. I mean, it's a bit of a yikes.
We've actually seen it all across the game so far, and we just saw it here now that RukzaTheRuler does seem to have the tendency of putting a bit too many touches on the ball, even in circumstances where an immediate lashed-off shot, lashed-off pass might be more beneficial to him. We'll see if he can rein in that tendency as time goes on, but right now, he has to try and find a way to defend this, and he does so successfully, ensuring that there's no progress for Bobo Beast. Another thing I actually noticed in the past game, you were talking about how we saw a cheeky Mo Salah pick. We also saw Dele Alli for the second day in a row here, Tendo. Seems like this guy,
the player that people are going to be picking. I mean, I don't know, man. We'll see exactly how it pans out. Nice little pass in over here. Maybe there's some room to work with. Maybe it's the shot, but no, the defense is like, we will stand and not for this.
Okay.
All right.
That was... you can almost sense that RukzaTheRuler didn't believe his luck. He was just like, wait a second, I actually got this possession here, really? Because he had more than enough players on the field ready to try and exploit that moment. If that was a Masoom or a Deevak or a Beast Dianchi, probably looking at a goal here. But for now, Bobo Beast, at the very least, can still breathe a little bit. Try to get attack of his own strung together here. Vieira looking for a man right up the pitch, but not going to be able to do so. And now it's going to be an opportunity, potentially, for an attack to come. Mbappe running forward very far up for himself. And, you know, I'm just glad at this moment in time. And it does seem that we did get the kits mixed around, though, because Ruksa's playing with the white and blue.
Yeah,
I'm just glad that we haven't had any.
I was about to say, I think Rix is in the white and blue actually, and he's making this attack. So Bobo's been the one, like I said, that he needs to turn on right in the beginning of the game, and that's exactly what's happening, right? He's definitely showing a little bit more fierce energy in this one. We'll see if it'll capitalize for him. That was interesting, but that's going to lead him to be in some space over here to work with Mbappe. Back to Cancelo. We'll see exactly if he can work some room in here to take a shot in. He's trying to dribble past the defender. The defender's holding his line well, but there's a player that's making a run. He hasn't opted for that play. It's back to Mbappe. Anderson, but no! Vieira will say, today This brick wall will stand, and it will stand with Son leading the front line, and Son's in the box. Can Son take a shot? He does, but like you said, too many touches, too many turns. He's not getting it in the box, in the back of the net there. Oh man, it's just a little bit disappointing. Like a big opportunity for Rukza to just bounce back after taking so much heat in the beginning of this game.
Bobo B took a massive risk, bringing Jacques Cancelo all the way up to the touchline or to the 18-yard box. Put him a little bit out of position and prepared for a counterattack, but now Bobo is in it. Great save from the keeper, but the danger's not over just yet. Keeper. Another save. He comes out with the golden hands, making sure that it stays 0-0. Bobo will definitely be kicking himself for not scoring, but will be thanking his lucky stars that Rukza couldn't make it happen for himself. But Rukza's going to try again right now. He has possession of the ball. We'll find Mo Salah. Can't progress it up the pitch, though, because Nuno Mendes, another premier pick, finds himself on charge of the ball now. Finds João Cancelo, who needs to track back to make sure he's not exploited yet again on the counter-attack. Much more developed attack from Bobo. Paqueta gets back to Felipe Anderson, the Lazio man, holding it up right now to isolate R9, and R9 looking for the angle. Not going to be able to find it. Try to cut across onto the far post, but not going to be able to do so. This is FIFA 22, so near post meta doesn't exist anymore, and that's why Bobo cannot score, and this match remains at 0-0.
I think we're going to see probably the R9 pick quite often, I think, for that attack and a lot of players. Quite a good pick, obviously. I mean, the finishing is definitely where it's at. But now we'll see if Rukza can maybe strike back over here, find some room to work with it. Sadio Mane with offensive footwork, but straight into the keeper's hands. Ooh.
These touches.
These touches it's just a little too much, you know. It's not clinical. He's trying to be a little bit too fancy. And it's towards his detriment. Now Cancelo's on the ball. Maybe he'll run it down here with Mbappe. Now onto Ronaldo. And the defender's just going to take that one out. Little throw in here. But this might be trouble. We'll see exactly what happens.
Trouble is indeed brewing, and Rukza, and he has to be aware that as time goes down, it's one thing to concede a goal in the opening game, but if you're conceding early in the first half of the second and final game, makes it much more difficult to come back. There was a great reaction from him. He resists the roulette attempt, and he makes sure that he gets the ball back himself. Now, though, the question is, how far up the pitch can he progress it? He's gotten it into the box so many times, just lacked the final product. Vieira now controlling it up. Varane holding the ball, but knows that he's in a dangerous position. Between himself and Jules Koundé, if either one of them get tackled out right now, becomes a 1v1 with the keeper, and he doesn't want that to happen. So forced to play it back. But Tendo, that means that he's also stalling out his own game prospects, which gives some time towards Bobo to sort of reset and slowly but surely, as we can see right now, advancing his line up so that when he gets the ball back, he's immediately there present with many players for a counter-attack.
Oh, it's just, again, just this midfield fight that's happening. Mo Salah on the ball. I like that, you know, Rukza's going for that attack, that signature Liverpoolish attack there on the wings. Try to get that synergy in. You know how that works. Now here's Mbappe down the middle. He gets past the defense. The shot!
What?
The keeper sends it wide. I think, yeah, it's going to be a corner. Will he play it short? He will. Maybe this will be the goal that he's been looking for. It's a cross back in. It's a header in.
What?
The keeper once again. Oh my goodness, it's Peter Parker with those Spider-Man reflexes. Sends it into halftime. On top of that, I mean, it's still 2-2. It's still up to a draw. It's a best of one situation. I almost forgot to say that in the beginning because I always love to say that, hey, we end as a draw. It's a BO1 essentially. And it's still a draw. 45 minutes is going to decide it all for both these players right now. Are they going to get the 3 points? Are they going to end off with the 1 point, you know?
Yep. I mean, it's not just a BO1. It's a BO1 half right now. No goals in the opening half. That means that the next 45 minutes literally determine everything. If you get a cheeky goal at the 90th minute, as we've seen many times in the Umzansi Esports League, then that's it. You've gotten your 3 points off the back of it. So now the conversation for all of these players, you were talking earlier about how mentality plays a huge role in how you approach these kind of competitive environments. Now it's about, do I want to try and press the envelope and win, or do I try to hold something back so I at least get a point? The answer to that question, Tendo, will be answered here in the second and final half between RukzaTheRuler and Bobo Beast. What do you think of this, fam? Based on that first half, who are you giving the advantage to?
Man, I'm seeing Rukza with these explosive moments, you know, so it's kind of tough to give it to Bobo because if he's not ready on the defense, that just might be it. But, you know, Bobo, I think, has been a little bit more consistent in his look to try win this game. So we'll see how that carries through. String together an attack right now, but the defensive line is held up well by Rukza. It's making it really hard for him to find any room to work with, but finds a little bit. It's Ronaldo's on the ball, now back to Ali, and the defensive line is just holding him out. There is no room for him to find a shot in. He finds the pass, but like too many touches, I feel. It's offside. You gotta just decide. You need to take a moment. You need to find something over here, Bobo Beast, because the time is running out. There's still a little bit to work with, right, Snare? But every minute, every squandered opportunity is just gonna come and bite him back at the end of the day.
And now that moment that he didn't score might come back to bite him right now. As Rukza trying to string together an attack of his own. Vieira coming fairly high up here, but they've got enough to cover back in the midfield. Sadio Mane, will he be able to get past Juan Cuadrado? He actually does and finds Mbappe in the middle of the box, but Mbappe forced out of it and playing on the edge. And Vieira, a rare mistake coming out from him, and errant pass get dispossessed. Now this might be the chance for Bobo the Beast to counter-attack here. Felipe Anderson on the wing, trying to get past Theo Hernandez. He will find R9. R9 cutting into the middle of the box. Will he get the shot off? He just might here, Tendo. Gets past the keeper, forces the dive out with the fake out shot. And that is going to be Bobo Beast. You said he has the desire to try and get this goal, and he finally makes it happen with R9 at the 60th minute of the game.
It's just unfortunate for Rukza because his defense was just almost there to try to close that one out. But that ball just went into an awkward angle that no one was really able to cover. Keeper also ran off the mark. Rukza now has to work from behind to try win this, but it's only one goal at least that he has to climb back from, and we all know the best time to score is right after you've been scored. And here he is on this attack. He tries a lob ball. It's a bit cheeky to keep it on the line, but he does. Right there, the work of Sadio Mane is looking good. We'll see if he can string together a good passage of play. The space is found. He's got some room to work with. He turns around and saw the shot, but the keeper! Oh my goodness,
it's a corner.
You won't believe it, and the corner is
goal kick.
It's not happening. It touched the player lost.
Oh no, heartbreak for RukzaTheRuler. That should have been a goaltender. He had, we've been complaining the entire time today that he's been shooting too late, but this time he shoots a little bit too soon. Doesn't get the perfect angle, gets denied, and now suddenly Bobo Beast is in the box on the other side of the pitch, looking for a way in himself. Not going to be able to do so. That would have broken Rukza's spirit for sure. The fact that he keeps it at least 1-0 means that there's still an opportunity for him to equalize this one out. But man, he's going to be feeling awful here, especially since the through ball also gets snuffed out in what looked to be a very promising position there, Tendo.
Man, it was such a good attack. But we have to focus on this one that now Bobo is working on. He passes it back to Anderson, who finds Ronaldo. He tries to take a shot, but the defense is there to stop it. He will be able to recycle the ball at least, and it's a nice little ball in to work with Son. And maybe, just maybe, right now Rukza can pull this one back. He has not been ruling this game, that's for sure, unfortunately.
Hey man, every good villain needs a villain origin story. So this is his origin story. He's gonna be like, I will have my revenge against these beasts.
Well, maybe the beasts are the ones that have something to say, and now Ronaldo squanders it. And there's some room to work with. There's a couple of players here. It's Mbappe, but it's lost once again. And I mean, Bobo's just doing well to stop any attack coming through right now from Rukza. He's just keeping it in his half and just, vibing it out. Even if he's not getting the goals in. Wait, no! There's a space to the shot!
What?
It's missed! Oh! Okay.
What is happening in this game, dude? Honestly.
What's going on?
So many weird plays where we've seen that under normal circumstances in this game, you expect to be a goal, you expect to be in the back of the net, that just aren't coming to fruition here for either of these players. And as you said, Bobo Beast is starting to really show how much he wants to win this. It's kind of interesting to me that yesterday we saw that Beast Bianchi come out the gate swinging, where he normally takes his time to develop a play, and Bobo Beast, who normally comes out the gate swinging, he's the one that's been taking time to develop. But as he's been doing so, Tendo, he's been dominating the second half of this game, controlling the possession, controlling the passages of space, controlling all the passing lanes, making life extremely difficult here for RukzaTheRuler. And Rukza doesn't have much time left to try and recover this game here. We've only got about 15 minutes of normal time before extra time, so we need this for him at the very least to go as well as possible. So let's see what he's got here. He has possession of the ball right now. The question is, will he be able to turn this into something useful? Theo Hernandez, a little bit of interplay between himself and the other defenders, but this is not a good sign, Tendo. When you're spending this much time just considering how to get the ball out of defense, You know, if you're like a Deevak who plays from defense, fine, it is what it is. But under these conditions, I'm not feeling very happy about what I'm seeing right anymore from Rukza.
Yeah, it's not really being too promising in the second game, right? And that sometimes happens, you know. That first game, the more favored opponent is still warming up. He's still like, all right, you know, I've got this. I just don't really have the read just yet. But wait, let me speak too soon. Never mind. Somehow that's taken out for a corner. It's going to be played short. But then he just loses it there. It's, instead of trying to work and capitalize off it, Hakimi's on the ball, back to Hernandez down the middle. Well, we'll see what Vieira can find and string together for his team. Some runs are being made, but no real opportunities that are going to be too dangerous. Mane is still in an offside position. Too many offsides from Rukza as well, right? Like, it's just... We're a little bit too excited on that trigger. Oh,
to be fair to him, though, they did change how offsides work in the game. So now it's sort of like even the arm will get you flagged as offside. That was not going to be a goal. Very optimistic coming in there from Bobo Beast, but that'll be a little bit fair because lately I've also been getting a lot of these offside traps, but it might just be... I don't want to put me and him in the same bracket because we definitely are not. The way this game's been going, though, Rukza, you know, it's been interesting because as much as we've been despairing as the final product, we've been looking at Bobo Beast picking up momentum and picking up the pace. Usually when we see these guys coming up from the Nkosi Super Cup, Tendo, they tend to be just goal sponges, getting scored against over and over and over again. Hell, we saw Darth Mayhem yesterday, who's made his return to the Umzansi Esports League. He got scored against 5 goals in total by Julio the Beast Bianchi. That's not the case here today. So even though RukzaTheRuler is behind, we've seen just here that he almost scored and equalized us in these final moments. So I don't think we can turn our eyes away until the last whistle blows, Tendo. Unless this corner goes well for Bobo, which it will not. All right. Thank goodness for that. Finesse from Bobo. He's feeling himself a bit here, Tendo.
Just a little bit. He doesn't have too big of a lead, right? Hey, that cross in, he's not reading it too well. The shot goes wide. Hello? What is going on? Some of these plays that are coming out of this game are quite exciting. Oh, there's an opportunity here for Rukza. Maybe this could be the goal. Maybe this could be the end of the Bobo Beast train. The passes, though, it's just taking too long, man. There's just no real vision of what he wants to do in this attack. This is his final attack, most probably. For Bobo, his final defense. He needs to hold out. Fakir's on the ball. The pass is in. He's the turn.
What?
The keeper! The keeper's like, no. But
offside,
actually, it goes offside as well. So,
okay.
Man.
I'm actually glad it's offside because that would have been heartbreaking.
Yeah, that would have been like, what? I would have been like, no, it's... Oh, and the game management just to end the ball. That's it.
Well,
man. I mean...
That's an exciting game. Ends up being 3-2 in favor of Bobo Beast. RukzaTheRuler, his opening showing here in the Umzansi Esports League, he thought he was going to be able to do something special. He wanted to be able to win his first matchup. Unfortunately, not going to be the case, but it came very, very close. 3-2 is going to end up being the scoreline here, and Bobo Beast will walk away with the 3 points. This is pretty hype, man. Gotta love this new production. Sadly, though, Tendo, we don't love that your prediction about, or your desire to see him get more goal difference to get him to the top of the table ends up not being the case. He's right now only even with Deevak on 1 goal difference to his name.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You're going to take the dub, boy. You can take the dub. Would have loved to get that goal difference, but it's also a good sign for Rukza, right? Because as it stands, for me, the league is looking really competitive. Because if Bobo's struggling this much with Rukza, then I mean, looking down the line, it's gonna be really tough for a lot of other players potentially, because you know Bobo's been a little bit, you know, biting at the back of people's necks just here and there recently, and if Rukza's on the same kind of path, it's gonna be quite explosive this league. But yeah, solid performance. You know, in that second game from Bobo, not so great in the first one. Really needed to rev and warm things up. I think Rukza had a better first game, obviously, than the second game. But I think just a couple of mistakes that he needs to clean up, and he'll be looking great for the rest of the season.
Yep, if Rukza was able to get a bit more clinical finishing out of himself, we certainly would be looking at a very different scoreline than the 2-3 we have on screen right now. But Bobo Beast did start to find his quality, figure out the fact that, wait a minute, I don't have to always be playing from behind. And that's what I was worried about. How would he cope in this kind of situation? In game 1, wasn't coping well, but in game 2, certainly made himself a express challenger in that regard. And you just brought up an interesting point, Tendo. The fact that RukzaTheRuler, this 2-3, he's just come out from the Nkosi Super Cup. he's just got himself into a matchup with Bobo Beast, who's capable of beating the best Internet and forced him into a almost drawn-out situation. Does that mean that there's potential, sir, of another Nkosi Super Cup player finding themselves going all the way into the playoffs and potentially even challenging for that all-important championship here, fam?
It might happen, honestly. I think the more the more experience people are getting from in and around these different tournaments that are happening, the tougher this league is also getting, right? And now looking at the Umzansi Esports League here, hosted by Northern Gaming, it's like one of the most competitive FIFA tournaments on the African continent right now. And this is exactly why you have someone who we don't really know too much about pulling through and showing us a lot of potential.
Yep.
And look, I hate to always go back to that goal difference, guys, but all three of these players lost the game yesterday. But look at the positions that Mobi and Rukza are in, a little bit more comfortable than what you'd find where Darth is, right? And it really just matters showing what I'm talking about, this potential. It's still taking a loss, but not taking these tragic losses that it feels like, oh man, that was terrible. I kind of don't want to play anymore. That was a loss. If I'm Rukza, I'm like, all right, I know where I went wrong. I can improve. I can definitely come back and show that I can come back and win a couple of these games. I'm looking at a Mobi, a Darth Mayhem. I think Rukza's going to give them a run for their money, to be honest with you. Deevak wasn't looking too great, even though he had that win. I think we'll see exactly. But for now, let me see Masum and Young Savage, and then I'll have a good idea of how the league is going to go for the rest of the season. Just like, these first matchups have been interesting just to see what everybody is kind of like geared up for.
I mean, absolutely. We also saw there when you're looking at the leaderboard, not only is it the case that if you're a Darth Mayhem, you're worried now seeing the gap between yourself and others increase because of the goal difference. If you're a Julio the Beast Bianchi and you've scored those 4 goals, suddenly you're feeling a lot more comfortable. Deevak, I can guarantee you, is stressing when he's looking at the fact that Bobo is in the exact same spitting distance as him. While Beast is like, meh, I can chill, I can relax. And of course, that means, Hendo, that we have still some more FIFA to come. You mentioned you want to see this one. And just to set the stage for everyone who doesn't know how impactful Masum versus Young Savage is, this is a matchup between 2 talismans of their organization and 2 former champions of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. Both of them have what it takes to go all the way. Both of them have done it before, and both of them want to be the first person in Umzansi Esports League history to do it twice yet.
Yeah, it's been really tough, right? 4 different champions, and now we're getting the clash of the champions. Call it a derby if you must, I guess. We'll see exactly how it pans out. I think for Young Savage, this is going to be, if he wins, this is the start of his redemption arc. I don't think anybody besides maybe his fellow brother in the camp over there, the Beast Bianchi, might get in his way. But I think if he can take down Masum, pretty much everybody else in the league should not let me not say a walk in the park, but he should be able to hone in, focus down, and probably beat them. So that's why for me, when we were building up this game right in the beginning of the show, this is the 2nd place game, right? This is the game, whoever wins this will likely finish 2nd place, just based on just what I'm kind of seeing, how these players have been playing, and just how things are gonna maybe pan out. And I mean, it's really hard to give a prediction, I think, right now, score-wise, because it really could flip in any direction. It could be one dominating the other so much because the other's just out of pace, just not really in it. Or it could be really tight and really close, like we just watched over there with Rukza and Bobo Beast. So if you had to give it a score prediction, what are you leaning towards? Who are you leaning towards? How's it looking for you?
That's an interesting one, right? Because there's a lot of different dynamics at play here. Obviously, Young Savage, as part of Goliath Gaming, has just seen his compatriots, the Beast Bianchi, being overseas, getting experience there. He spent some time playing with Kalen as well, who's not involved in this tournament, but a very well-recognized name in the sphere. So he's been getting a lot of XP on that side of things, right? On the other side, though, for Masum, not only is Masum also in a situation where he's been playing a lot more, he has that international pedigree, but also he had a bit of a letdown season in Season 4, and that has often been the impetus for him to come back even stronger the next competition around. So my mind says Masum, and I think that he's probably the one that I think will win, let's say 4-2. But my heart, I just realized that Young Savage, Bobo Beast, Rukza that we just saw now, and Darth Mayhem, we have 4 Inkosi Super Cup players, and I would love to have it be the case at the end of like the halfway mark in the season where all 4 of those players are occupying the top half of the league. That would make it so interesting to me.
Yeah, it really would make it so interesting. And I just want to get into the action and just see like what the team compositions are gonna look like, right? Because this would be the final game to kind of like give us the grander scope of like, all right, these are the players that are gonna be used.
Yep, and fortunately for you, that game is live right now, so we are getting directly into it. Young Savage taking on Masoom, a matchup for the ages, and this is the one that could potentially be for all the marbles. Masoom right here occupying this white kit, and we have Young Savage in the blue and purple. And this game here, Tendo, the opening goal between you two players was often determined who wins it out in its entirety, and that opening goal almost came there from Young Savage. He made a very aggressive move early on, doesn't end up in the back of the net though.
Yeah, won't find the back of the net there. Pace is very fast with this one as well. You can just feel it. There's a lot of room being made over here. The shot might come through, but instead of a shot, he goes for the pass in. All right.
Keeper was drawn off his line there. You're actually right about that, because I thought he was just going to try and chip it over the keeper.
Yeah, I'm surprised he went for the pass there. But, you know, maybe he saw something we couldn't see.
He was like, nah, I don't want to take this risk. I mean, sometimes it happens that you go for... We've often spoken about this when it comes to Masoom, right? We call him the Iceman for a reason. He will always go for the more secured, guaranteed play. Doesn't try to take any half measures or any risky plays. So, not too surprising that he didn't manage to score there, but now this might be his chance. Mbappe went for the roulette, but Young Savage knows better. Doesn't get drawn into the challenge, backs off, gives the keeper time to get the save, closes off the angle from Mbappe, and it still remains 0-0 here, Tendo, at the beginning of this game.
Young Savage just absorbing a lot of pressure right in the beginning, right? He's gonna have to try and dial it back in. The pass is in, there's some space, it's a shot in! It's a goal! Okay. That's an early one. I was not expecting to see this early goal fly in, to be honest with you. Thought it would be a little bit more tamed right in the beginning, but hey, it looks like Masoom is striking. The Iceman is in.
Iceman is in. Business as usual for our bravado man here, and opens up the scoreline against Young Savage with a blistering shot. But fortunately, one of the great things about being scored against early is that there's a lot of time to try and mount a counter-attack of your own. And he's attempting so right now. Neymar gets the ball back to Theo Hernandez, gets Dele Alli, yet another player utilizing the former Tottenham man here. Unfortunately, though, that pass from Dele Alli doesn't actually find its intended target and instead gets dispossessed and turned into a Masoom counterattack. We've often seen this be very, very effective. Mbappe finding Jude Bellingham. Who else is going to be opening up space here? Very effective tracking off these passing channels by Young Savage. Denying a chance here for Masoom, but Masoom finally gets Mbappe. Strong challenge. Not the cups that we've been seeing today and yesterday, but still good enough to get the ball back for Young Savage.
Savage now needs to really build up this play, I believe. Needs to find a little bit of spirit into it. Early goal in, gonna be a little bit down in the camp, especially if things continue to go south for him. Ooh, that's a big ball in.
Oh no!
And no, the keeper will.
Oh no!
Keeper will send it out.
Much closer than he was hoping for, though, and unfortunately, though, doesn't actually have that many players aggressively ahead of himself, so can't necessarily turn this into an immediate counter-attack. We'll have to be very patient in building this one up. And we'll get João Cancelo to find out Luka Modric, slowly but surely, getting up onto the pitch here. Jadon Sancho, though, wanted to go for the step over there, but got very strongly challenged by Masoom. Masoom just seems to be in total control of the game right now, Tendo. Everything that Young Savage is trying, in some ways, getting curtailed by what the Iceman is doing.
We'll see now if he can continue this. Nice little ball. Oh, no, the defender finds it. Savage really needs to find a little bit of footing in this game. It's just very haphazard. Modric now on the ball with Sancho trying to run it up, and the defense there. Davis pick. I'm starting to see who's in the teams as well. You know, I see another Bellingham pick. Ronaldo once again. We're starting to see Mbappe in almost every team as usual as well. So now that we've kind of seen every team, everybody's play style, is a good idea of which players to expect further down the season. Masum is still on this attack. He's still looking dangerous here with Neymar sending it back in. A shot! And the keeper will hold on to it. Allison with the safe hands. Will keep it tame for young Savage. And, you know, Savage right now, it just seems a little bit flat, I think, right? He just needs to find a little bit more, like, room to work with, a little bit more fire. And I think he'll be able to just control the game a little bit better.
He has been decent on the defense, but as we've seen before, it's not enough to necessarily win you out an entire game, nor even a season. But now he's inside the box. Very strong challenge there.
Very strong.
Gets dispossessed. The referee says nothing. Now, all of a sudden, I was praising him for his defense. He's going to have to marshal that skill once again. Neymar on the edge of the wing here, finding Jude Bellingham in the midfield. Patrick Vieira's right behind him if he does want to go for that pass, but instead will go for R9. R9, though, getting double man-marked, being closed down, but gets the ball back. Doesn't manage to keep it, though. That was a very sweaty moment there for young Savage. He almost made a critical mistake, Tendo, that would have resulted in a goal, but he recovered just in time to keep this at 1-0 for now.
Just in time he recovers, and now has an opportunity to maybe get an attack in. Modric so far has been a young Savage pick. I feel like he always picks Modric in the middle of his field. He's quite comfortable with just the play style and the kind of opportunities that Modric can create in the middle. We'll see if that will be, you know, good for him or lead to his downfall later down the season if he's not picking up the more informed players. Bellingham now on to Mbappe. Masum's really controlling the game. A nice ball in, a shot in, a goal! It's 2-0 right at the start. What a nasty shot indeed.
Everything about that was nasty.
It even felt like it was like the defense was asleep for a second there. It was like, whoa, what's going on? Pass in, shot in. They couldn't even contain it.
Like, we haven't actually seen it all that often today, these trigger runs. FIFA players have been getting out of that tendency that we often saw as the game was released. But this time around, Masum, recognizing the chance to be able to utilize it, gets the run forward, throws in that ball, and afterwards just a cracker of a shot. And Masum up 2-0 in this situation. Young Savage really struggling around. He's been spending most of this game just on the defense. Even when he's gotten forward, hasn't necessarily found himself in any legitimate goal-scoring opportunities. You know, there have been times where it's like, well, I'm on the edge of the box, I have the ball, but it's never looked clean and clear. And like you said, just looks like he hasn't necessarily warmed up. A lot of his players still feel asleep. And Masum is firing on all cylinders, man. Not giving him any piece of respite anywhere on the pitch.
No rest at all. We've swapped sides now. We'll see what the second half has installed for us. Masum's on a dangerous attack. There's some space down the middle to work with. The pass comes through. The defense is asleep once again, but he runs it out. So at least young Savage has a moment to breathe, question mark.
Nice guy, Masum, man. He's like, you know what? I don't want you to score you just too soon. I'm going to give you some time to breathe and recover.
Just take a little bit of a breath, you know what I'm saying? Okay, maybe the breath might come to bite him, as it looks like Sancho and Modric are stringing together a play down the middle of the year for young Savage, who desperately needs a goal in this second half. Neymar's on it. Neymar's been falling out of the team selection, though, right? You know, we're starting to see people experiment a little bit more with some different players in it. Neymar falling out of it, not keeping up with Mbappe, it seems.
Mbappe's in every team. R9 seems to have replaced CR7 as the premier Ronaldo of choice, and Neymar seems to have some interplay between himself and Felipe Anderson as the premier winger on that side of the pitch. But both teams still have him for now. As Theo Hernandez for young Savage looking for an opening goal from the Goliath man. He's inside the box right now. Went for the roulette in a very awkward position there. Wasn't even being approached by the defender. So literally just got walked into and they take the ball away. That's going to give young Savage nightmares when he looks at this replay. He's going to ask himself what the hell was happening. And now suddenly, Tendo, there might be a goal in the opposite direction. It all depends on if the space can be found for the pass, and indeed it can. R9 on the ball. Allison, though, able to stretch and keep it clear and out. But this is going to start becoming problematic, Tendo, how easily Masum is able to cut through these defensive lines.
Yeah, Masum's just got a little bit more shots right now, you know what I'm saying? Just a tad bit more. I feel like he's playing it well. And, I mean, young Savage just needs to at least keep it in Masum's half, or, you know, just try poke and prod as much as he can. Sancho on the ball. We'll see if he can find some room to work with. Does find Ronaldo. This is the CR7 Ronaldo. And you'd almost say that Young Savage's team is kind of stuck in the past, but still searching for the future with kind of the picks that he's using, right? But Ronaldo's in with the turn, the shot in. What a lovely goal, as I'm currently criticizing his team picks. Ronaldo shuts me up, and he's like, shh.
Oh, man. He's shutting us both up because I was criticizing how often he's spinning on the board here, and the roulette finally ends up being in his favor. Some decent turns there. It is only one goal back, though, so there's still quite a lot of work to do to equalize this game and even more work to do to put yourself in a winning position. So you cannot let the foot off the gas right now. You need to carry this momentum forward. He's doing so with a pass into Ronaldo, who's running up as far as possible, not dispossessed just yet. Phenomenal ball control from Young Savage, finding Dele Alli, who gets the Neymar, who gets a turn, gets a goal. The turns were all for practice, Tendo, and now that they're coming up clutch, it gets them the equalizing goal. Suddenly, we're back at 2-2 right now.
All right, I just have to take a breath in this because it's guns blazing from both sides. Masum had a half, and now Young Savage is having his half, it would seem like, and he's having the better half in terms of which one you'd want, right? It's always better to end off strong, and we'll see if he can continue to keep this momentum in. Oh, Bellingham's just going to be able to intercept that one now on to Neymar. And now Masum is angry. He needs to find a goal for himself to pull himself back into the lead. And that's just a squandered pass, to be honest with you. Dele Alli didn't even do much with that one, man. Yep. Come on, man. Here's Ronaldo now playing it onto Sancho. Any space for him to work with? Not much. But Davis is just, it's a fight in the middle right now. It seems like Masum's the one that's going to be the one to win it. Neymar's on the ball. The options are limited, but does find Mbappe on the front side over here. Will Mbappe be able to string it back in? But he will send it out for a corner at least.
Rare concentration mistakes coming in from Masum here as he ends up giving up the ball fairly cheaply. And yet again, it ends up happening here, Tendo. This is going to open up opportunities for Young Savage. He offlays the ball onto Jadon Sancho. Beautiful 1-2 punch. But he also gives away the ball extremely cheaply in midfield. The nerves are starting to get to both of these players. And, you know, a lot of people might be watching and saying, how could nerves be getting to you on the first day of competition? But this is not any ordinary competition. You're playing a former champion, no matter who you are in this game. We cannot expect perfection just yet. So both of these players, it's going to come down to who has the little bit more composure. And right now, it's an open question here, Tendo, because it started strong for Masum. Now it's starting to look good for Young Savage. Just needs the final product in these last 10 minutes of the game.
It's living up to what I was building it up for, right? Hey, whoever wins this game is probably going to be our second place, you know, at least leading into the playoffs, right, at the overall leaderboard. We'll see now. You can bring it back home. Here's a nice ball over here that can be worked from Masum. He needs to be careful not to take it all the way out. Mbappe's on it. Is that a pass too much for Neymar to get onto it? He's trying to string it back, but these passes is just too much. You need to dial it down and pick your shots.
Oh my gosh.
And that's one of those where you're gonna look back at it 84 minutes, right? And it's just like, why didn't I just take a shot when I had an opportunity to, you know? Maybe the keeper could have sent it wide for a corner. It would have been a better opportunity to work from. But now you give Young Savage an opportunity to maybe close off the game.
He's going to have potentially the final say here with only 4 minutes left of regular play. Potentially only a minute or two of added time. Offside. All right, I'm not even going to say anything, honestly. I'm just, this is bringing back some bad memories here.
That was offside, man. Come on.
No, it was. What I mean is that, like, the pass shouldn't have gone in that direction. Should have gone elsewhere.
Yeah,
might have been better.
Yeah.
But now it's going to be suddenly, I was talking about how Young Savage might have the final bite at the cherry, Tendo, but instead it's going to be Masum who has to decide how this game ends.
Yeah, Masum might have a big opportunity. It's into Mbappe, who has a lot of room to work with. Back to Ronaldo!
Oh, my God.
Oh, you hate that. That's just GG next, man. Load up the next one. Just load up the next one, man.
GG,
man.
go next. If I'm Young Savage right now, I'm molding, I'm hating life, I'm unplugging cables. It's just like, this is a wrap. Who wants to play this game further? 90th minute, Tendo. It was 2-2 for such a long period of time. Both of them squandering golden opportunities for goals, but at the very, very end. And the thing is that's very sad about that. There's a universe, right? That shot that came out, it looked very crisp and clean, and it was. Yeah. But that's a savable shot. We've seen keepers in this game save that shot. If you're Young Savage, you're not just let down by the fact that they got past your defenders. You're looking at Alice and you're like, really? Really? Word? Seriously? This is happening now? Guess what? You're on the bench now. We're bringing in Neuer or something. Heartbreak for the Goliath man there at the end of the game, Tendo.
Yeah, and after he came back, right, you know, that's what's even more painful. He came into that second half like, you know what, I'm not defeated just yet. I still have an opportunity to win this game. And it was looking good. And it goes back to him giving away that opportunity just at the end over there where we were like, oh, he's going to have the final say, yeah, Young Savage. And then, no, Masum's going to have the final say, actually, ultimately. But it's not over yet, guys. This is a best of 2. Yeah, there is another game to play for. It is only 1 goal. So it's still, you know, up in the air, really. I think for Masum, he has to just, you know, cool it down. It's, you know, he just has to cool it down, just stay composed, find another goal in this one, and hold him there, you know, because I think if you let Young Savage a little bit too loose, that's when it becomes a problem.
We're going to be seeing whether or not Masum can keep his composure and keep it cool, calm, and collected as we now get into our second game. He wants to close this one out. Young Savage wants to come back from the situation. Let's see which one of these two men can make this happen for themselves. Who's going to control their own destiny? Young Savage, he's the one that's going to have to start this game off with explosive pace here, Tendo. No mistakes can be afforded. He needs to get an early goal, but good dispossession from him. Takes the ball away from Masum, and this might be the setup that he needs, provided he can get through the midfield, because it was looking a bit dicey as that last game went forward. And this time, unfortunately, it's still looking a bit dicey as he gets dispossessed by Jude Bellingham.
All right. Hopefully it's a little more tame right here in the beginning, because as soon as things start to get out of control, and it's already feeling a bit out of control, because why is Savage queuing up for a pause right in the beginning? I'm never happy when I see players do that. You know, I think you're kind of doubting yourself, maybe the abilities that you put on the pitch for this one, but we'll see how it goes. Just holding the ball out right now, it looks like Masum as he's trying to work his way in with Vieira, but the pass was that not offside? Were they on the mark there? Did they just?
I think that was onside. Yeah,
that was
heartbreaking because he should have been able to find that shot. We also saw a demonstration, Tendo. You know, we're talking about how Young Savage always has Luka Modric in the team, and we saw a demonstration of that, right? Some of the highest ball handling, ball control, as well as dribbling stats in the whole game of FIFA 22. He kept the ball for such a long time, threaded through a great pass, got off the shot, but it went wide, and instead it was actually blocked by the goalkeeper. So it wound up being a corner kick. He's going to try again, and the header! Eder Militao, baby! The center back of Real Madrid comes up clutch in this situation. Young Savage has scored the goal. Young Savage is back in it. It's now completely dead even on aggregate, Tendo. Anything could still happen in the rest of this game.
All right. Big one for Savage, Dad. Starting it off strong. And now if you're Masum, you're worried because you really have to fight back into it, isn't it?
Yeah.
You had that advantage leading into this game, and right in the beginning, it's taken away. So one may as well have started at 0-0 at this point. Modric now on the ball. It's Cancelo. Young Savage looking for this. Can't find it. Has to bring it back. Finds a little bit of room to work with from the back. Early on the ball. And this is the slow build-up play here for Young Savage. Just trying to drown out as much play from the team as he can. But okay, that was an offside. That one was offside.
That was like offside in the next game or something, dude. That was quite a lot. I must say, though, I'm quite impressed by how Young Savage has decided to slow this game down. And Masum does seem to be having some difficulty dealing with it. As I say that, though, he's now mounting an attack of his own. Jadon Sancho finding Mbappe. Mbappe getting into R9, and R9 slots it into the top corner. Well, you might be struggling with the build-up play, but as long as you have the final product, who the hell cares? And Masum demonstrates that, getting back into a one-goal advantage on aggregate, making this matchup 1-1, and forcing Young Savage to work even harder if he wants to come back into this one here, Tendo.
Yeah, the problem is Savage is just chasing the entire game, right, the whole time. And as long as Masum can keep it at that chase, he can be in the driver's seat, you know. He just needs to make sure that towards the end of the game, he's still in that driver's seat and doesn't get scored again. And we'll see what can happen. Is currently leading by 1, Masum. Savage looking to pounce in this moment. There's a little bit of an opportunity to work with, but Davis is holding him here on the line. He still has it, at least. Back to Modric. Modric trying to find some plays down with Dele Alli. And right now, Young Savage is really trying to get through the defense of Masoom, and he's maybe finding a little bit of success, but no. Alexander Arnold will take away that, and he won't find anything.
Honestly, at this point, I've lost enough games to last-minute defending from Trent Alexander-Arnold. I'm not happy to see it, but it is what it is. That's the life we have to live. As it stands right now, though, Young Savage can still try and mount some degree of return. Though he has to defend this pass. All right, nice catch here. Speaking of some of these team rosters here, Masoom, one of the few players in the game right now, at least here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa, who's using Alphonso Davies. Nobody else is hot on this player. Yeah. I'm telling you, Tendo, this player is really, really, really good. I'm kind of shocked that we've only seen it being used like once or twice throughout the last couple of days.
We'll see if the picks get picked up. The picks get picked up. The card gets picked up, rather. Gosh. Yeah, the English bundles are finishing, guys, unfortunately. But we'll see if the finish is going to be good on the side of Masoom. No, it's going to be squandered over here. Savage has an opportunity. Big chance over here. Ronaldo's on the ball. One player running ahead. We'll pass it back to Neymar, rather. And maybe, just maybe, Ronaldo will find a little bit of space to work with. The link-up play with Neymar is looking good so far, but that pass will not do it. We'll give the possession back to Masoom, who can just slowly recycle the ball from the back.
This is actually one of the reasons why we've been seeing more R9s and fewer CR7s. CR7, yes, still has all the technical ability, but doesn't necessarily have the same explosive pace as R9 does. That would have been able to grant Young Savage a goal had he had it. And now, though, we see Mbappe finding a pass towards R9 on the side of Masoom, but it's not going to be good enough to turn into a goal. But the fact that he has that capability and Young Savage doesn't, creating a clear disparity in their attacking prowess. Young Savage needs to find a different way to bridge that gap. How is he going to do it now? Luka Modric triggering a run with Ronaldo, but Ronaldo cannot get past his man. And Njika going to be there on point with the interception, denying a goal from Young Savage, keeping this one in favor of the Iceman, Masoom.
Calm, cool, collected. Masoom still feels in this game. He's trying to string up a bit of play. It seems like he's just been left over here. Ronaldo dribbling a little bit too much here. Masoom just needs to finish, man. Oh, dude, that's just tragic. Because now it looks like Neymar has an opportunity, but the defense will hold up well. So nothing to worry about. And Masoom now still on the offensive, it looks. Young Savage just can't get a break, it looks like. And look at R9 trying to run it in. The defense. Bahrain holds it up. It's a bit of a dogfight, this match as well, right? It feels like Masoom kind of knows he's a little bit better than Young Savage right now, or at least a little bit more in form, and he knows he can hold it out for as long as he can, as long as he has possession and is attacking. But Young Savage knows that he can beat Masoom, right? So he's trying everything to get onto the ball and try find these passes. But Masoom's just got the channels closed down thus far, and it's been really tough for him. This is a second substitution in now. Actually, make that a third substitution. All right. Even Mbappe's been taken out. Drastic changes over here for the likes of Young Savage.
To be fair, Mbappe hasn't done all that much for him, so can certainly understand bringing in Carrasco instead, hoping for a different dimension to the play here. And just generally how he's been progressing this ball, it's been less based off of pace and more based off of ball control. And speaking of ball control, Henrik Mkhitaryan gets the ball inside the box. Super sub, baby. Immediately into a second goal for his team. Young Savage has made this game 2-1. Young Savage has equalized the tie, Tendo. Showing this is why you have these substitutions. He knows exactly who to bring on at the right time. Honestly, the way it's looking, he's doing some cosplay of Real Madrid with these super sub plays.
The super sub comes in and grants him the goal just to equalize it. He may be winning on this game, but since it is a BO2, ladies and gentlemen, still drawed up. We'll see now. Mbappe is down the middle, finds Ronaldo. Oh, the 10 is good. The shot is just as good as well. Masoom. It's just, like I said, he's just chasing this game right now, Young Savage. Masoom knows he can hold on to this lead. Young Savage knows he can strike back. But there's only so many times, man, that you can strike back until it all falls over. And it seems like Masoom wants to close it up over here. Mbappe takes a shot. Short corner, maybe. Yes, indeed. Sancho's on the ball. We'll see how he can work this one up. Sends it in wide over here to the defense. So he'll play it from behind. But, I mean, it's just Young Savage. He scores, and then Masum's like, all right, I got your number. I'm just going to score again and keep you chasing this game.
You know, it started as a duel or a fencing matchup between these two guys, but now it's just turned into a straight-out slugfest. Almost another goal came in there from Masum as he's trying to put Young Savage to bed here. He knows full well that Young Savage, capable of still scoring and equalizing the tie, wants to prevent that from happening. How will he be able to prevent this attack, though? Theo Hernandez can't get through here on this left flank, so instead goes back into the middle of the park to find Luka Modric, who's going to try and run up with Dele Alli. Dude, had he passed literally half a second before, Vieira was not in position just yet. That would have found Mkhitaryan. That would have been another goal. It's not going to happen, though, so Masum can finally breathe a sigh of relief and try to make an attack happen for himself again, hopefully to win this one out.
Yeah, Masum's been really good at closing out the passes that Savage is trying to string together. That's at least the several times. What's that correct way of saying that?
I don't think it's actually like they have to say he's done so several times. There's like no fast way to
yeah,
do it,
just
right?
the way you use the English needs to be different, right? Anyways, the passes have been closed out. It's been tough for Young Savage, but maybe he's got an opportunity, and it looks like Ronaldo's going to squander that. Now, Masum, who's just been leading this game for the longest time, unfortunately has an opportunity to run here with Neymar. Neymar closing it down in the box now. Couple of options to work with. He's going to go for the fancy footwork. Maybe he'll find the roulette pass. He finds a little bit of room, but it's just holding onto it for too long. Maybe he's not looking for the goal. Maybe he's just looking to waste a little bit of time. But actually, he brings it back onto Ronaldo. A little odd. Seems like he didn't put any effort in that shot over there.
Nah, it was a very weak shot, but honestly, I think it was mostly about buying time because he saw that Alphonso Davies was actually pushed very high up the pitch, and then if that shot got dispossessed, suddenly there's a lot more space for a counter-attack. On the same flank, Young Savage is running into right now, tries to lash it into the box. The cross was phenomenal, but the goalkeeper awareness was even better. And sometimes, you know, we were talking about these historical cards where you play them on the pitch. We've seen these R9s, but some of the best historical cards right now, Tendo, are these goalkeepers. And Edwin van der Sar from back in the day, keeping this game alive and in favor of Masum right now.
Why is there so much space over here for him to run down? It's a shot in! Mbappe! What? What happened? Where's the defense? Why is no one watching that angle?
All right, get me out of here. I'm done. We're done. Young Savage is done. If Young Savage is crumbling right now, he's finished. I have no idea how he's supposed to come back into this one, fam. It's one thing if you get scored against in that fashion because he has conceded goals like that. But right after you went on the attack, right after you failed to score, suddenly the ball is in the back of your net like that. It's going to be a Herculean task to imagine Young Savage returning into this one mentally. Doesn't just have to score one goal to equalize. He needs two just to equalize, Tendo. How on earth can he do this in the last 15 minutes? Well, we're going to try as Jadon Sancho receives the ball from Luka Modric, but unfortunately cannot get past this man. And now Alphonso Davies starts the counter-attack. At this point, for Masum, doesn't need extra goals. It's all about their game management and about ensuring that you get these 3 points. But Young Savage not done just yet. No, Sancho! Why the extra touch? No! No!
It's going to be the death of a lot of these players in this league. The touches is just not knowing when to take an opportunity. But it's always about trying to get the most successful shot. So it is understandable why they try to maneuver around as many players as they can. But sometimes it just bites you at the back when you don't take those shots. And maybe even if you took it, it might have gone in. And now you have to wonder that effort that Young Savage has been putting through this game is just, like you said, crumbling. You know, he's been able to chase the game for the majority of it. He's been equalizing, but he just hasn't been able to step forward. And now Masum has, you know, it just felt like, you know, when you're watching like a movie, right? And the supervillain is just really supervillaining too much. Like, there's no ways around it, bro. It's like, that's how it feels right now. Masum is just like the villain, and he's just like chilling. Like, it doesn't really feel like we're even too focused on what Masum's doing. It's like, can Young Savage come back? That's how it feels. Yeah. It feels like it has to be a comeback story for Young Savage this entire game. And this has been so tough for him.
Young Savage will need a sequel at this point in time to try and recover the way that this game is going. But he's not over just yet. He still has a little bit more time left in the game itself. Not much time, but there is still time. 10 minutes, which he'll try to utilize right now. Regrettably squandering the corner kick in that situation, lashing it directly into the box. And now, well, if you're Masum, you are not incentivized to do anything drastic here, fam. He's brought in some new players with some fresh legs to ensure they have what it takes. And now, if this goes out, it's fine. Who cares? Just keep the ball. But he's going to try to go for a goal instead. Ronaldo, on the other side of a pass from Sancho, will get dispossessed by João Cancelo. But look where they are here, Tendo. All the way on the other side of the pitch. Although, Young Savage trying to get it all the way to the other side himself. Ronaldo gets to the ball. The keeper gets dragged out. And between himself and Indika, they force yet another corner kick, keeping the time ticking down.
Yeah, dude, it's a fight. You can really feel it. Savage is leaving everything he can on the pitch to try get forward, to try find something, and the defenders are just going to cut him out. He will be able to get the ball back. Mkhitaryan into Ronaldo, the shot! The goal! Oh my goodness! Maybe just a breath of hope over here for Young Savage if he can get onto this attack in time. Or will Masum just hold on to it? I'm not too sure. Savage really needs to find a good game plan if he can get this ball in here.
Game management. Masum, don't be proud, my friend. Do the right thing. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is it going out? He keeps it in. Oh, what a god Masum is. By keeping it in there, Tendo, he's guaranteed himself a victory here in the second game, or rather in the game overall, because this one was a draw, but he still has that one goal ahead in aggregate from game number 1. Oh my goodness, that came so close. Young Savage had to do miracles all the time, but unfortunately, Tendo, if you're the one always chasing the game, if you're the one always trying to recover the situation, like you said, it's like Masum is a supervillain, and if the movie ends and the supervillain is still in a good position, then that's a wrap. We need a sequel to change things up, but that sequel will not come, and we will have a victory. Wait, what? Wasn't it Masum that I end up taking the game? No?
Oh man, it seems there's a mistake over here. It is Masum that did win the game. And I mean, what a thriller, you know. There was goals left, right, and center. And that's why in the beginning when I was like, yo, dude, who are you going to give it to? Because I don't want to make a prediction because I don't know whether it's going to be one of those close games or it's going to be one of those where it's just going to be goals flying left, right, and center. It was definitely more close. And then it went, you know, to that 2-point advantage for Masum, and it felt like there's nothing that Young Savage can do. That goal at the end sparked a little hope. Hadn't come like 2 minutes earlier, there was hope. I think he could have done something crazy, but just the right amount of time for Masum to play it out. And yeah, 2 close games today. Quite interesting. So just shows how competitive the league's going to be. Yeah. I don't know if I'll give Masum like second place just yet. It was like, maybe he was taking a chill today, but we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, the way that this game did pan out, right? Yes, Masum didn't necessarily put Young Savage to bed, but Young Savage kept digging deep and doing amazing things. Every time Masum felt like he's comfortable, he's in a controlled situation in the game, suddenly you see Young Savage explode onto the pitch, do something miraculous. It's that kind of form that has won him the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa in the past. So I'll forgive Masum a little bit for not having complete and utter control of that game. But when it counted, the most important thing is that he was able to keep the lead, make sure that he was able to close the game out. A little bit of game management at the end, but what can you do? All that matters is that you get the dub that you need. Although, if we look back at this game, Tendo, praising Masum for getting the dub, Young Savage, there's several moments where had there been a slightly different decision, it's almost guaranteed he would have won. That goal that he got scored against, the second one in the second game, that should never have happened, right? Having that much space in the middle of the park. The goal that he failed to score, where he was in on goal, just took 2-3 extra touches, that should never have happened. He scores that, suddenly it's a draw again. And there was that one corner where instead of playing it short, he lashed it directly into the box. That could easily have been a goal had he been a bit more planning in terms of how to move the ball into the box there. So for Young Savages, the scary thing is that there's stuff to build off of. He's looking this good, but he still can get better. Unfortunately, though, he's not better today, and that's going to mean that Masum claimed the dub here, and the standings as they look are going to look quite interesting because we have this massive separation. The top of the Beast Bianchi very far ahead of the bottom of Dark Mayhem, but everything else in between, it's very, very, very close here, Tendo, and anybody can still find themselves changing their positions in the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to, you know, bring Savage down a little bit to where Masum is and just swap it, just a little swap around. And yeah, right now, You know, it's looking quite interesting. And I'd say, based on the players that have won already, um, almost kind of like my prediction from what you asked me yesterday. I was like, yeah, Beast Bianchi, you're gonna see Masum. I was like, Deevak. The one that's surprising for me is definitely Bobo, but obviously still the first game. There hasn't been a little bit of time for obviously Young Savage to build his way back in, but he's there. He's prowling. He's in that fifth place position, and good first week, I think, for a lot of the teams, or rather, a lot of the players. Besides, I'd say maybe that one fixture between, Beast Bianchi and Darth Mayhem, where it felt like it was running away from Darth. It's also, you have to look at it like, yeah, he was playing against the Beast Bianchi. I think that was a little tough for him. And the games today, Rukza definitely impressed me quite a lot. I didn't think he was going to come in with as much fire as he did, and he definitely came out guns blazing and gave Bobo Beast a run for his money. Looking at this last game, it's going to be interesting to see who, well, rather if Masum is going to kind of stay in this, like, you can't really touch me kind of position, because that's kind of like how it feels, right? Until maybe someone steps up to him. He also felt a little bit of that same kind of energy last season, where it was like, yeah, dude, like, I'm kind of coasting in the league. Like, maybe I lose the one game or the other game, but yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting to see how everything pans out towards the middle of the season, especially.
A lot to still happen here, and given how equal everything is, you know that every single matchup is not only important, but it's pretty much a highlight of the evening. And with that, we're going to allow the FIFA players to rest until next week, and we're going to be taking a break now, as well as we allow the PUBG mobile players to get themselves ready to get to this action here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. Tendo Plays, thank you so much for your efforts, good sir. Thank you so much for your broadcasting and for the hype you brought today. And when we return after the short break, we will be back with some shooting, some PUBG Mobile, and some more Northern Gaming Africa action. We'll see you then.
Welcome back, one and all, to the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. We've just concluded witnessing some stellar FIFA action, and it is now time to turn our gaze toward the PUBG mobile side of things, where we see Group C and D competing in the 3 maps we have selected to determine who's going to be getting off to the strongest foot here in the league. My name's Sneh, and I'm joined today by Patchy as well as Viper. And Viper, I'll start with you. Firstly, greetings, good sir. Welcome back to the season. Welcome back to the league. Are you excited about this upcoming couple of weeks of Umzansi Esports League action?
Yeah, definitely. It's been a while, and I've really missed everyone out there, the people in the chats, the teams, the players, the amazing prowess of the teams out here in Africa, with the grenades and whatnot. I'm looking forward to see what they have in store for us this particular season. Seeing what they gave us yesterday was amazing, and I believe there's more in the bag.
Speaking of yesterday, Patchy, we did, of course, see some pretty incredible stuff, right? Not just some very good performances by all of these squads, but we also saw that pretty much every single map had different winners, different squads ending in the top half of things. So as we take a look just now at the maps that we are going to be anticipating for today, talk to me about this, right? Tell me, yesterday you had some very prescient predictions about how these maps are going to go. So who are you expecting, since we're starting on Erangel? Which squad have you got your eye on to look out for within that particular map?
Well, first off, we have some very interesting teams in the groups today. Yesterday we were talking about some heavy hitters that we had there. We were talking about G3, talking about Blackjack. Well, we were expecting some performances there, and we got some mixed results, but ultimately still some pretty good performances. But what we have now in groups C and D, we have a couple of teams. We've got 4KT, which are another one of those heavy hitting teams that absolutely slap when it comes to Erangel, when it comes to Miramar. So those are definitely 2 maps that I'm looking out for 4KT on. And we also have teams like Zero Tolerance Skills and even BBC, which are actually a bit of a favorite of mine. So I'm definitely keeping my eye out for those.
Well, they need to be keeping their eyes not just on the map, but have their mind cast on towards the prize pool, because what they're competing for is, of course, this $15,000 that we are giving away here on the Umzansi Esports League, the 5th season of this. And you know what, Viper? He was just mentioning now, Apache, about we have these heavy hitters. We have these squads that have not only done well historically, but have done well in the Umzansi Esports League itself. When you're looking at this distribution of prize money, right? $4,000 almost for the number 1 squad. Paltry 95 at the very end, but it still is something. Just before we've even seen any of these games, tell me, which squad in Group C or Group D are you really anticipating seeing within the mix to compete for the top amount of prize pool here?
Yeah, well, to start with, we all know one of the very heavy hitters, as you said earlier on, is the Slime 4KT, as we've seen them perform really well across board in different competitions out here in Africa and even in international scenes. So they've been able to pick up a lot of experience here and there. I am going to venture a little bit outside the group as well. I mentioned a few of the guys like BJE, G3. Yeah, really good job looking out for these guys. So these are the guys that I'm really looking to see in that top, position, vying for that prize pool.
Of course, how you get yourself into that top position is by ensuring that you get the most amount of points in any given game. You get a lot of points for placing first, and as we see the distribution of placement here, second is pretty decent and third is quite good as well. But Patchy, yesterday, the thing that we really saw is the change that has been made with that last block there. Elimination, 1 point. Each kill you get is an additional point added to your total score. How much of a difference is that going to continue making towards the fortunes of these teams as they approach these maps?
Well, I mean, the teams that are able to pick up the kills are just absolutely going to soar up that leaderboard. I mean, if you think about it, just taking a look at the point structure, there's a limited number of points that are actually available. Just seeing the fact that teams 13 to 16 get 0 and teams 8 through 12 get 1 point, I mean, that is very, very little. And so you're actually fighting for, 30 minutes for very few points if you're not going to be a top performing team. If you're not the likes of Slime 4KT, who's just absolutely able to dominate, then, obviously you want to aim for the top 3 slots, but you're not necessarily going to be able to get that all the time. What you can get all the time, however, are kills. You can definitely look at getting those a lot more consistently by playing a good setup, playing the map, getting a strategy. We were talking about strat books and whatnot yesterday, and that really is the key. I mean, you know, you can spend those 30 minutes looking for a good position. You can secure yourself maybe 4, 6, 8, even 10 if you're lucky, or maybe even the chicken dinner slot for 15. But the potential is limitless when it comes to kills if you're able to set up correctly. So you can, and we've seen this happen a couple of times, you can basically earn the amount of points that you get for placements in kills. 4KT has done this before, G3 has done this before, where they get a chicken dinner and then they also get 15 kills, and they literally just double their points in a single game, and it's absolutely nuts. And I actually mentioned Slime 4KT. I did a little nod to them yesterday. I didn't mention them by name, but they're actually the team that did the reverse sweep that I mentioned yesterday.
Yeah.
They came in from absolute dead last, and they won a season just in a crazy reverse sweep fashion. So, I mean, we are talking about teams that are very, very capable here. As has already been mentioned, they also have a little bit of international experience, which is fantastic that they bring to the table. And of course, you can see on your screen here a team favorite of mine, they're BBC. So we'll see how they come in there. They have sort of landed their place over the last few seasons in my good books, but just based on all the weird strategies that we've seen them pull. And I'm a bit of a fan of that. I like to see slight deviations from like sort of meta gameplay. Not to take away from meta gameplay, though, of course, you want to be able to get as many points as possible, but BBC always give us a nice little show. But yeah, so we definitely have some great groupings here, even today.
Absolutely, some very good groupings and some interesting squads that we have to see participating. You mentioned that team BBC. Yesterday we did see their sister squad do all right, not necessarily the best performance in the opening day, but decent enough. And of course, with teams like Slime 4KT, you can come back from the brink of literally nothing and still wind up winning the entire competition. That's how you know that you are in a field where the competition level is very, very close. And Viper, you know, yesterday, one of the things that we kept seeing over and over again, we spoke about it a little bit earlier, doing well in one map does not guarantee or directly translate into success in the next map, and how important it is to maintain your composure, maintain your consistency all across the competition space. Given that it is possible, though, right, to come back at the very last day, at the very last do or die moment, to get yourself into that winning position, are there any squads that, at least right now, should start thinking about, you know what, we're not that good now, but at the very least, we still have time to improve before we really have to, and before we're eliminated from the tournament?
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't want to jinx anybody at this point in time. But if I were to say something, no, I'm not going to fall for that. I'm not going to jinx nobody. But yeah, there are a lot of teams out here that needs to, you know, step up the game. You know, even if they are not winning this game, they just need to be consistent on every single thing they're doing. Like yesterday, G3 Temper did not win any game, and yet they are second on that leaderboard. So definitely that consistency will take you a really, really long way right there.
Well, we'll be seeing which squad is going to be the most consistent today, which one of these teams is going to be finding themselves getting the winner chicken dinner, getting the elimination points, and getting themselves high up there in the rankings of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. We have drops about to happen. We have Patchy, we have Viper, we have some PUBG mobile action. Take it away, boys. Talk to you after the game.
Thank you so much, Snare. It is the first game of day number 2. We are heading into Erangel as our first map, and indeed we are getting those drops straight off the bat. We've got a nice flight path from the northeast down to the southwest to the side of Primorsk, and the teams will feel pretty happy about that. Most teams, I think, would have prepared some decent drops for this particular spot. Unfortunately, we probably won't get any military base, so I'm going to be silently crying, but we are certainly going to get some crazy. Yeah, no patchy points, unfortunately, for anyone just yet. We did actually have some yesterday, but none today.
Nice. Yeah, it's nice to see this flight part, I must say, although it's a lot favoring that western half of the map, even though we can see a couple of teams, you know, heading towards the eastern part of the map right there. Starbar is going to be host to, I think, just a team right now, as yes, Naya will be host to almost two teams, so some early altercations might be happening right out there, but that might take a while to actually happen. Looking center of the map, we might see XIS down there in school with Lag not too far off from them as well. And yeah, maybe we would see a team that picks up a few patchy points, you know, just land on that bridge and proceed towards the military base. We'd love to see. But already we can see ZTS already taking a casualty. Is that going to be a finish? Oof, that is not what you want this early in the game. Losing a player, patchy, it's definitely not what you want, man.
Yeah, it's not what you want, especially if you're a team like Zero Tolerance, whom, if I'm not mistaken, are certainly not a team to be trifled with. We saw them do pretty well, at least in the previous season. So, yeah, definitely not something you expect from them. But here we're moving off into Mad Knight. We've got Ammo, who is taking a look and seeing if he can pick up any of these cheeky kills. And indeed, here is the Beast also following up on that. Hainsley running for his life, super low on HP. So we've already got a bit of a chase coming through, and I don't think he's going to be able to live for much longer. No, there's the peak. There's the confirm as well. So they're just going to pick that one up nice and quick. Unique already taking a little bit of damage here from the start of the game.
That was some next level hounding coming in from Mad Knight, I must say. They sniffed him out and they were like, nope, I smelled blood. No, you are not getting out of my sight. Hunted him down and made sure they dropped him right on the spot. On that one, getting that kill point as early as possible. You know, the earlier you pick up these kill points, the better for you, you know, towards that ending zone as you have less people to worry about. But I'm pretty sure the ending zone is going to be as hectic as ever. And yeah, Unique at this point in time doesn't seem to be having much of a control over um, this particular area right now, as I can only see one player house inside that exists off in the distance, and you can see Mad Knight currently moving up as a unit, leaving the base right behind just to get that overview. But Exist could be able to pull off some, you know, a magical feat up on that particular position. He's got right there, but we'd love to see how that is going to be turning out, as Mad Knight is going to be clearing each building, making sure there is no enemy in sight, making sure they are safe as they move forward and onward to eliminate as many enemy teams as possible.
Yeah, Team Unique looking a little bit split up there in Pachinki. You can see Exist just pushing off and making sure he's not going to get caught out by this team. Mad Knight here doing their due diligence and clearing all the buildings, making sure that they're not going to get flanked, not going to get taken from behind, which is a very good, smart decision. Nice, clean early gameplay here, not letting anything go to chance, which is fantastic. We've got Your Killer Is here on the screen now. It does seem like they are very close, quite toe to toe with ZTS, their Zero Tolerance. So maybe we'll get a little bit of a fight. We did see some Zero Tolerance knocks a little bit early on, so maybe they're going to play a little bit further back. They're taking a bit of a chance here. Vortex does have the opportunity to pick up Hasbi. And does almost get it. Not going to quite land the shot, so Hasbi does hit the deck, so he's going to be able to just dodge out of the way of those bullets for the moment, for the time being, and Your Kill Is will remain alive, although they are a little bit split up. So we have a little bit of pressure building here in the beginning of the game, which is a little bit of a change up from what we saw earlier, or at least yesterday, where the game started out a little bit slower. But when the rehost came through, then of course things did pick up the pace a little bit. So it's good to see that the pace has not been dropped here on day number 2 by these teams in groups C and D. So we'll see if they get anything else here. I don't see any crazy fights happening at the moment. So all the teams just kind of playing a bit more slow and patient here, waiting for their chance to strike.
Yeah. Just looking at what I have right now on my screen with Vortex, doesn't seem well looted up, as he's still got the level 1 ammo and the level 1 helmet right there. Probably needs to, you know, up his gear a little bit, having yet another team keeping up the pressure right there. With them, they're a bit split up, covering all the angles. I would have expected Vortex to pick up that single kill right there from Your Killer Is, but he was being extra careful, you know, if there's like an extra angle where the enemy could be shooting at him from Your Killer Is, and he didn't want to overexpose himself. I do understand that, but if the opportunity to pick, knock down a player comes out, probably should take it, as the earlier you get it done, the better. But right in the background, we could see Paradox getting into a vehicle, probably looking to take care of mobility, because in a map like this, one of the things you want to make sure you get taken care of is that mobility. You want to be able to make sure you make your rotations really quickly. You want to make sure that you have everything set down so that you react as quickly as possible to every single movement in that particular zone. So yeah, that is a nice move I can see from ZTS right there, already gathering themselves and getting ready for the next move.
Yeah, it often depends on your team whether you actually want to, go for those kills, because if the rest of your team is saying, no, I'm not ready yet, then maybe, hold back on the fight. It's definitely A solid decision, definitely. Don't want to take too many risks in the early game, especially not now at the moment. You know, we spoke a little bit on this yesterday with Snare, but I mean, there's always the balance of exactly when do you take those big risks? When do you actually want to go in and really throw caution to the wind and try and get the maximum amount of points possible? And I don't think that time is now, because it's only day 2. You know, we're in group stages here, so the real goal for these teams is to get a little bit of a feel for what's happening here. This is the first time the groups C and D are playing. So they are hitting the maps and they are getting themselves ready for this tournament, for what is going to be ahead of them, which is certainly going to be quite a battle uphill for a lot of these teams to, you know, prove themselves and see if they can actually grab those spots. They want to make it out of the group stages, which means playing safe, probably a great way to start. Just get a feel for what's going on, test out a couple of safe strategies and see exactly what the teams want to do, because a lot of the time it does come down to what everyone else is trying to do and what sort of vibe across the map is. So right now, that's exactly what the teams are doing. They're playing slow, they're playing safe, making sure they're getting all their loot, making sure that they're keeping an eye on that zone, making sure that they can rotate in time and just keep themselves in the game, keep themselves safe and secure, and hopefully make it up into the mid and late portions of the game.
Yeah, that's actually quite a reasonable way to approach it. But also, you could also look at it from the point of view that if you have multiple teams landing in your drop spot, it might actually do you a bit of, you know, good if you can find a strategy that eliminates them as early as possible, because, you know, contending a drop spot with yet another team means you get less loot, you get less ammunition, you get less throwables to actually proceed further into that game, and might hinder your ability to, you know, to make certain moves because you don't have the equipment to do it. But given the level of the kind of players and teams that we have out here, I'm pretty sure they can make anything work. Even if we got the crossbow out in the hands, they are just out there firing away, getting the shots in. And I see where you can see Knight rotating off on the distance, getting a couple of warning shots from Energy right here. It's what you love to see at this point in the game, as everyone is still being cautious, as you said, and just trying to live as long as possible, get the proper positioning, and, you know, be the one that comes out on top.
Yeah, positioning does become super important as we move through games, especially when teams are playing safe or playing a bit slower, you know, making sure they're not taking too many risks. Then the positioning becomes very important if you're not taking those fights. We were talking earlier about the weighing up of points in terms of placement points versus kill points. If you're not going to hound after the kill points, then you definitely want to make sure you are securing those placement points, which does mean that you need to place yourself pretty well on the map as well. We've got an airdrop containing an MG3 light machine gun and some nice level 3 kit right over there, nice helmet and vest. And so Manfila actually just going to jump right on over there to pick that up. So that's a nice boost for the team. That's going to give them a little bit more durability and potential to fight. So this could be a nice setup here for Young Thunder. And we'll actually be able to see if they make it through into the mid to late games, to actually be able to fully utilize this this level 3 drop here. So that could be very good for them. You can see on your map there, lots of teams now moving on in. We've got a quite good concentration of teams over in Pachinki, so maybe some fights happening there pretty soon. It's been a very laid back zone, nice and easy for a lot of the teams. It hasn't really swung them for a bit of a curveball just yet. So the teams have been able to loot, they've been able to make sure they've got their positioning, able to take control of the map. The real question now comes in once we start heading into the mid game. Do those positions pay off? Can the teams manage themselves from the positions that they choose and that they set up in? And of course, it all depends on where that zone decides to fling itself, because we have seen the zone do some devastating hard curves before. The teams definitely have to be quite prepared for that one.
Yeah, zone is the king at this point in time, because, you know, if you're out there thinking, oh, I got the best position out on the map, and the zone decides to pull a turnabout on you, and you're like, oh no, you are stuck out there trying to, you know, fight your way into the zone, or trying to go around enemy teams right there. But we are just having that discussion real quick, we can see on the rated esports is currently in the roll course real quick with the guys from Slime 4KT. They have 2 men down, one currently bleeding off, and one is completely done. And Slime 4KT is moving on to the veracity of the Slime Snake right there, and that is gonna be wonderful. That is going to be the first team out taken out right there by Slime 4KT on the rated esport. Back to the lobby. Slime 4KT up 4 points right now. Living up to the name, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually going to be mentioning them quite soon because whenever we bring Slime 4KT into the mix, it's always a case of, well, are we going to see them bring their A game, or are they just going to bring that 50%, which is still quite considerable? You know, it's definitely nothing to scoff at. 4KT are a very, very capable team, as they have proven time and time again. They're always up there fighting with the top dogs in any given season, and it looks like they might be looking to continue their streak here, starting off with a nice elimination. And I'm interested to see if they can actually convert this further into anything else, because I mean, getting a nice team wipe there is already some points in the pocket, and it's also some good pressure, and this team can definitely use that. They can definitely make something work. They know how to rotate. They know how to get a good position. They know how to make sure that they are capitalizing on what's going on the map. So 4KT, definitely a team that I want to keep my eye on. You can see they're making their rotations coming through here. Not afraid of the blue zone, and of course, that's definitely nothing to be afraid of at the moment. We're only 2 or 3 zones deep, should I say. Not that much damage being done by it just yet, so the teams can definitely easily take advantage of that. They know they have enough meds to stay alive for a little bit of time in that blue, so they're just using that to their advantage, getting some better positioning, and seeing if they can maybe get a leg up into the next zone, which has just gone, I think, to the western side of the map at the moment.
Yeah, that is going to be the western side of the map has actually been quite favored, even from the flight parts earlier on today. And it does seem like all the teams that went all the way to Starboard have found their way down towards the middle of the map to get themselves well situated in this particular game. And it's looking all shades of beautiful on every single angle I'm looking at right now, as 4KT is 4 points up and currently in the lead compared to every other team. We've got 15 teams left in this lobby, and your killer is also setting themselves up right on this little hill. I've seen a lot of fights on this hill, Pachi, and man, it's always hectic because you can see multiple teams coming in from different angles. Wow.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And speaking of angles, Mad Knight finding a nice angle down there. RDX Cali taking a little bit of a dip and a dive as Tyson goes in for the kill, and he will be able to pick that up now. Going to confirm the rest of the kills for this team, and Mad Knight pocketing themselves quite a few kills already. 3 in the pocket, ready to go for some more. You can see the battles are starting to happen as that zone is getting a little bit smaller, and things are starting to heat up quite considerably. We did see your killer is actually setting up on that mountain right at the top there, and we have seen a lot of battles transpire there on that mountain, so it'll be interesting to see if we find any more of those. For the moment, though, Black Clover getting into the mix, and Aimbot is going to get taken down as well. Energy losing a couple of players, losing a bit of momentum here as Black Clover puts a few thorns in their side and they consolidate their team here towards the edge of the zone. And oh, the Sidemen getting into a fight with 4KT. That's not a team you want to go head-to-head with. Sidemen struggling just a little bit there in that kill feed.
Well, I think they've just traded a bit of they've traded the knocks right now. That is one of the big that's like one of the pointers you see when we have like major teams having fights against each other. Sidemen had the first knock, and immediately Slime 4KT returned that knock, you know, settling that matter so that they could get a quick reset before they push forward for that particular fight. But as we have it right now, we've got Lag and Energy playing that little game of hide and seek, looking to get the shot into each other. But RDX on this side is going to be coming in, giving Boxy a little bit of tap right from his western side right there. He's got to be careful on that one. Quick reaction by Boxy, getting into that cover real quick. He needs to find a way to get himself into proper position here or deal with that threat. And the next zone pops a little bit more towards that southwestern position, forcing a lot of these teams to think, how do we get into this particular zone? We are going to be seeing a lot of rotation circumventing around where shots are coming up from, and a lot of teams might actually be losing some players on their rotations, as the play zone is actually taking down some players, and 4KT is back at it as the Sidemen is taking damage right now. Sleepy is currently down, and they've got to defend this particular compound as it's not looking too rosy, with 4KT up in the distance just firing down shots on them right now. Pachi.
Yeah, definitely a tough position to be in, trying to fight through the trees against a 4KT squad that is looking to take you down. Not the easiest spot to be in. And of course, you have to start thinking about the rotations. That blue zone has started to move in, and it is moving from 4 to 5, which means that the damage levels are going to be pretty decently high. And you don't want to get stuck out there for too long. Winky actually going to just blow himself up there, unfortunate.
What happened, Winky?
Yeah, I mean... It happens sometimes. You've got to let go of that nade, you know, at some point. You can't just hold it to yourself. It's a gift for your opponents, not for you and your team.
Yeah, it is a gift for your opponent. Winky, unfortunate right there. And well, we are going to be seeing Sidemen currently making their movings, as well as the guys from Slime 4KT right now. Oh, already dealing the damage right on that move. Just stopping and dropping enemies right in their sights right real quick, and they will be getting the confirmations as they are currently 5 points off. They are just playing with a lot of confidence right now. You could see the split play, you would see the way they are handling themselves, covering every single angle, resetting it, getting knocked, and trying to chase down the enemies if need be, while they are currently taking their position. That's a second grenade knock on what's going on, bro?
Yeah, you just gotta release the button.
You gotta release this grenade. Yeah, so we see this is lag. This is Sidemen already at it. A 4v4 beautiful placement of grenades of smokes right now. Even though not much of smokes coming out from the Sidemen, just a solo smoke which might pinpoint their position. If there is a good nade coming in right there, need to put more smokes, you know, to cover more of their angles. TRINITI, that is a nade right for him, bro. That is a beautiful place nade in the Apache.
It is, and now he's swinging for the kill as well, just going in, doubling down. RDX in the back corner. They're just on the back foot right now. Neptune is fallen, and there comes the nade to seal the deal. They don't even want to bother with taking the fights. They're like, yeah, we'll just take you out with nades. We're not even going to come in close at all. We'll just chill right over here. We'll throw the nades. We'll take you out and just get some more kills for us. 4KT in the meanwhile is going to take a fight against Apex, and they are definitely winning. On your screen, of course, you still see the battle happening between Lag and the Sidemen right over this little hillock. Fantasy trying to pull up and maybe make something happen on the top of this hill, but feeling the pressure, feeling the shots coming in from the Sidemen through that smoke, and using a little bit of that obstruction as cover to try and jump spot any of that information out. Team Apex, of course, looking at towards 4KT. Are they going to be able to take the fight here? No, Professor immediately put down. The coffin is nailed shut. 4KT will maintain their control in the meantime as Sidemen are now being pushed. There it is. Lag now going straight over the hill. They're looking to commit on this fight, but it's not going well for them. Sleepy taking a lot of damage, but he finds the shots, and there it is. A nice clean knock coming through. Team Lag is going to get taken out, and they are sent back to the lobby. The Sidemen manage to survive and pocket themselves some nice kills.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful work right there from Sidemen, using the hill perfectly, you know, using that little dip perfectly, popping up from different angles and putting in the shots into the Lag team, pushing up onto them, sending them back to the lobby. We've got 9 teams up alive. Slime 4KT losing one player already, but still gearing to go, you know, clearing teams as they move. But your killer is going to be the next on the list, as Zero Tolerance Keys is going to be dishing out the damage as well. We've got so many fights popping off left, right, and center. This is zone 5, and we know this is where it gets real, man. This is where the team starts getting, you know, shots left, right, and center. This is where your positioning pays off. This is where your movement, your reaction to shots actually pays off. This is where your awareness, your team awareness actually tails off right there. And Zero Tolerance skill currently just dealing right there onto Black Clover. Clover trying the best to stay up alive. They still got 2 players up alive right now trying. They've got smokes out, about 7 smokes right there, just popping the smokes left, right, and center. But Swag is going to come in, give a third-party shot, get some confirmation. The grenades are going to be popping out right now. Definitely, I've expected that to come a little bit earlier, because, you know, when you get pinned down right like that, one of the ways you could like ease the pressure would be to send out grenades randomly to make sure your enemy is out of the way. At least you have an idea of where the shots are coming from. Use that echolocation to pin them down, to scatter them a little bit. But while that is happening, Apache, this is another fight going on right here.
Oh, yes, and it's BBC actually split right down the middle. 2 players on either side, and the Beast is going hunting for 2 of them. Nihal is down, and for luck, has to be very careful that he doesn't get flanked here. The Beast actually going to be jumping in and out of this vehicle just to get some baiting done. Sunny is actually revived, so we'll be able to come back into the fight. Kratos making sure that he's just healing up again, ready to go and save the rest of the BBC team. Nihal is pinned down, but the rest of the team, Tyson, Savage, Ammo, they are actually stuck inside this house for the time being. The nades are flying. Nihal is crawling to safety. The smokes are dissipating, though. If they peek through the window, he might just get caught out right now. AMD going in for the win. He's actually peeking straight around the corner, but he misses Nihal. Not able to find him, although he is going to cut off the rotation. Sunny goes down, and Kratos not going to be able to do anything about it. That's the elimination. BBC just absolutely slaughtered here. Nothing that for luck can do. It's a 1v3, it seems like, at the moment, and he has been spotted out by Savage. In goes for luck. He's looking for something. Can he land the shots, though? There's the first one. The knock comes through, and he does actually get the kill. He's going for the points, but it's only the one. He will not be able to save the team, and BBC get taken out of the game. 7 teams remaining now, 21 players as we move in towards the 6th and 7th zone. Things are absolutely tiny right now. The space is tight. 4KT taking a little bit of damage there from YT, and things are not getting any easier for these teams.
It's not getting any easier. I think 4KT is down to 2 players right now. ZTS currently got 3 down as Trix is currently making that push up, but Skydodo jumps up, takes him down with immediate alacrity. Now we are going to have the next one coming in one after the other. We get 1v1. Skydo is a 1v1 monster. That is a 1v2 taking down right there. Skydodo putting in the work right now. Amazing work from this one as time 4KT gets taken out in 7th place, but with 9 elims to their name, and we are down to 16 players in this particular lobby. Lots of red bar on the screen, left, right, and center. Mad Knight still handling themselves quite well, pushing up smoothly right there onto Chaos, getting the knocks left, right, and center. Swag is going to be 1 left up alive against 3 man. They are going to be clearing the building left, right, and trying to move up in, but the grenades, the molly, got to be careful, got to throw them right, got to set them right every single opening. I said it earlier in this game, I was looking forward to grenades, and yeah, they never disappoint, Pachi. They never disappoint.
They do not disappoint. You have been getting your nades today, sir. Viper called it. He called the nades, and now it's just been nades all day. Some very nice shots coming in, and nades being placed by all of the teams so far. Now as we move in towards the end game here, the final few zones, indeed, moving in towards zone number 7. All of these teams are under some tremendous pressure, but it looks like the Mad Knights have been doing a really good job of keeping things under control. Zero Tolerance keeping themselves in the game. Paradox and Skydo taking a bit of control of the center of this zone here. Dagger creeping up slowly, maybe going to do a little bit of some sneaky damage to try and turn the tides of this fight. The Beast moving up nice and close towards the side of this hill to try and put some pressure on towards Zero Tolerance. We'll see who comes out on top of this engagement. Dagger, he's just waiting, biding his time, waiting to pick the right moment. And of course, we also have Young Thunder right off on the side there, a full squad fighting in the smoke and not having a good time of it at the moment. The HP bars are looking very low.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, I must say. Mad Knight, on the other hand, they've been quite impressive today, I must say, because as it stands right now, they got 1 player up ahead, you know, keeping an eye on Zero Tolerance kills right there, and they've got another fight on another end right there with, I can't really see the name of the team right off in the distance, but they're trying to take a fight on 2 fronts right now, as Beast is just, you know, putting down the smoke, laying down the work. Maybe a little bit too early for that one. I don't understand his strategy on that one, but guess what Skydodo is doing? He saw the smoke, ran straight into it. I don't understand what is going on out here, but I would love to see how this one will turn out. As we can see, Beast is just taking it really slowly, scouting the area, and moving back in the distance, just taking a bit of damage from YT. And Dagger is just beating his time. This might be the dangerous man in this particular one. He might really be dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. He could turn the whole tide of whatever fight is about to happen. The Beast is just playing on this hill, and there it is. Dagger pulls the trigger. He finds some kills. Young Thunder now under fire from the Mad Knights as they turn their attention to pick up those kills. The Elims come through, securing the kill onto Paradox. Here comes your killer. Is but some beautiful sniping. Just able to pick up 1 before they get taken down. Young Thunder does get eliminated as well, and now it's Dagger just pulling the trigger on everyone. What is he doing? Picking up the kills. He is unafraid afraid. He has picked his moment, and he has picked it perfectly. Mad Knight gets eliminated. Dagger has done the damage. He's caught them out, and now it's a 1v1. He's going up against Zero Tolerance. It's Skydo, but can he keep the pace? Dagger's got the HP. He had the element of surprise. He used it perfectly. Now he has the cover. He's keeping the tempo, but can he land the shots? That's the real question. Skydo does manage to get his HP back up just a little bit. Is he prepared for this fight? Dagger has been absolutely pinpoint with the accuracy right now, and now he has to choose it. It's just one more to complete this amazing clutch play for the team to get that chicken dinner. Just a little bit more could be enough. Nade goes over the top. Not enough damage to get the knock, though. Dagger taken down to half health. Here comes the heals. More Molotovs come through. Oh, is this going to be a battle of mollies or battle of nades, or is Dagger going to go for this peek? Here comes Skydo. Very close by this buggy, using it as a bit of cover, but it's not going to be good enough. Dagger does decide to peek. Here he comes up. Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Dagger. This might be it. Skooter's taking the advantage. He's got the tempo.
Nice,
can he land the shots? He can. And he will eliminate Black Clover.
Amazing work. Zero Tolerance skills clutching that victory right there. Sky Dodo with an amazing clutch right there, pushing in with that 1v1 and making it work. That was amazing. But I must say, Mad Knight is one of the very few teams that impressed me in this particular game watching.
What a performance, what a great set of games here that we just saw. Zero Tolerance Skills, of course, emerging as our top team, taking the winner chicken dinner, getting the lion's share of these points, 19 that get claimed at the end of this one. And that will mean that this first map here on Erangel will go in their favor. It is, though, a bit awkward here, Apache, because like Viper mentioned, I'm not going to put it as pointedly as he did, but there wasn't as impressive a showing that we've normally come to expect from a lot of these teams, right? It was very shaky. So what happened? What made it the case that this wasn't as highlight? Well, not all the squads weren't playing at their absolutely highest level. And do you think that's going to be changing as we go into the second and third maps of the evening?
Yeah, look, I mean, at the moment, I don't think the teams are going to be giving their 100%. I mean, there's no reason to burn yourself out super quickly, just giving it your absolute best in the group stages. They really are putting their feelers out here, and so I think the teams are just cautiously approaching the game a little bit. We were seeing the teams yesterday for the first games, and that was A and B. Group C and D, this is their first time on the maps as well in this season at least. So it really is just a testing the waters kind of vibe at the moment. We had a very nice end game at the very least, a nice little 1v1 that we didn't get yesterday. I do enjoy the 1v1, so that's always nice. Going on to the rest of the maps, I think we're just going to see which teams have the most comfort on those particular maps. Yesterday, we saw the likes of, for instance, G3 do relatively well in the first map and then drop off really big time in the second and then come back a little bit in the third. And so we're going to see which teams actually get those kind of performances in as the maps progress. I think right now, they're just playing a little bit conservatively. They don't need a million points. They just need a decent amount of points.
Absolutely. And Viper, we didn't actually see, as Patchy was mentioning, yesterday, nobody really played to the max level. There were some action-packed moments, but it wasn't necessarily a thing of lay everything on the line on your first day. However, stuff like this makes a difference, right? You don't necessarily need your whole team to be playing extremely well. But if I'm one of the squad members on Mad Knight, even if, yes, we don't necessarily place extremely highly, I'm just glad that somebody on the squad is picking up, getting those 8 kills and getting us those bonus points. Is it a possible strategy to have one person in the team and you say, you know what, fam, you go nuts. You do what you need to do, get us all these kills. The rest of us will still lay low and try peak later in the season.
So yeah, I've learned a lot from watching a lot of team plays right there, and when you see a player performing exceedingly well, say thank you to the teammates you've got, because if everyone on the team is trying to pick up kills, then definitely they won't perform well. So you would see that every single one on that Mad Knight team was working together to make sure their point man, the best man with the gun, is getting the kills, and they are giving him the needed cover fire, the needed grenade knocks and whatnot, and he's just there, getting the work done. It's just a beautiful teamwork right there for them to have an MVP in their team, the Beast, getting that much damage as well. It's just amazing right there.
And it's, of course, going to be resulting in some very good overall tally of points here for the side of Mad Knights, as despite not being able to get the winner chicken dinner, they still emerge with the most amount of points here in the overall map ranking after the first map, and bringing up the rear in the bottom half of the table. Things here not looking so solid. Of course, very few placement points. Also, Patchy, not that many elimination points. Only Sidemen having gotten 5 elimination points to bring their tally up to 6. But from Team Lag all the way down to Trinity Gaming, failing to get anything more than 1 kill, some of them not even getting the placement points. It's looking extremely dire on this bottom half of the table, especially with how big the gap is between them and the top half right now.
Yeah, and I mean, you'll also notice that, and I think we spoke to this a little bit yesterday and also today in the beginning of the match. If you notice that first page, the first leaderboard page, you'll see that the top team is not the team that won the chicken dinner. The top team is the team that placed pretty decently and then picked themselves up 17 elimination kills. And that, of course, was Mad Knights, which is absolutely insane. And that's how you do it. The teams that are sitting towards the top of the board, of course, are going to be the teams that are picking up those kills. And you can see that they have single-handedly made it onto the first page of the overall standing. So that includes the teams from yesterday with just 1 game. I mean, if they continue to perform with even a relative consistency for the next 2 games, they've already secured themselves a top spot on the leaderboard coming out of their first day on these maps, which is really, really impressive from Mad Knights. So definitely a team to watch out for coming out from them. And I think we maybe have a little bit of expectation growing for them. I'd like to see what they can do on our next 2 maps, because those are definitely some very, very different maps that we've got. I mean, we saw the chaos that comes through on the Sanhok. It definitely throws a lot of teams for a loop, and not a lot of teams are ultra comfortable on that particular map. Some things definitely fall flat. And then, of course, Miramar coming in with some serious long-range gameplay. So definitely looking forward to seeing how the teams are actually going to be performing on the next 2 maps.
As expected, we are seeing that for the most part, everybody, you still have to do quite a lot of work. 1 map is not enough to get yourself into that upper echelon, but there were a couple of squads that were able to do so. Of course, Mad Knights themselves, who are in the top half, top quarter even, looking super solid so far. Everybody else trying to climb up, but it does feel like today has been a day that's been a bit more considered than what we saw coming out of the showing yesterday. There's still trouble, though, at the bottom end of these rankings, as we see several of these squads still really struggling to get any points on the board. What's really scary here, though, Viper, it's one thing if you're an Energy, you're a Trinity Gaming, and you say, you know what, we have only played this 1 map. Don't have any points right now. We haven't gotten any knocks, no kills, but we can still do something. We can still recover. If I'm a 10x Africa, from yesterday, having played all 3 maps and still having 0 points, I'm still competing practically at the bottom half of everybody. This is very, very concerning, right? Normally, you have the situation where the second day of competition release stress and pressure off of the competitors from the first day. But this might be a different dynamic, because this is a squad now that's looking at everybody and being like, oh my goodness, I hope they all fail. So what do you think is going to be the thinking right now in the team camp of a team like TNX at the moment?
It all depends, actually. It depends on the mindset of the players themselves. If we've got players that have the mindset of a lion right there, they'll be like, okay, that was just a little setback. Now we need to double our efforts. We need to put in the work. We need to, break the boundaries, break the limits right there, and make sure we are back on that top, at least top 5, top 7 right there. But if the mindset is not as strong as it should be, then they might get beat down right there and stay right on the bottom of the table. It's all up to them. But one thing I will tell them is that whatever you do not give up, keep hammering up, check where your mistakes are, and pick it right from that particular point.
That kind of psychology, that kind of coaching is necessary if you want to be able to elevate your prospects, change your current destiny. On the other side, though, Patchy, if you're a team like Mad Knights right now, not only have you done a very strong showing in this map, but you've also already gotten yourself into that competitive placement. Is there any opportunity that they actually take the gas off the brakes right now? Because they're like, well, we don't need this anymore. We don't have to play at this maximum level. And we've often seen that teams can burn out. You just mentioned it yourself. No point going all in at the beginning. Have they bought themselves enough space with this very strong performance to breathe a little bit in the upcoming next 2 maps?
I mean, technically, yes, they absolutely have. I mean, I would say that if you come away from a game with maybe 5 points, upwards of 5 points, then you're doing pretty okay. If you can come away with 5 points around about per match, then you're coming away from a day with 15 points. Not too bad. You're keeping yourself moving up the leaderboard. You basically don't want to find yourself at the lower end. That's basically just the goal of the group stages. You don't want to get cut off. So really, if you're coming away with, 5 points, you're looking okay. Mad Knights have literally just earned themselves 5 points for each of the 3 games. So technically, they could just do nothing for the rest of today's games. I hope they don't, because obviously we want a little bit of competition. You know, it is in the rules to play competitively regardless, but they definitely can relax quite a little bit after having a really good game 1 performance, and especially moving into a map like Sanhok or Miramar, where I would argue that you probably have to put a little bit more effort into preparing for. Now they can say, all right, cool, we don't have to break out any crazy strats, we don't have to do anything too intense, you know, we don't have to really try hard to get the points here because we have secured the points. So we can kind of just do, we can do our thing, we can relax a little bit, we can play our game, see if we can get any cheap kills here and there, do something. But if we do get taken out a little bit earlier than we might want, then it's a-okay. And I think they're in a very, very good position just based on that.
Given especially what we saw yesterday with the teams that placed very highly in Erangel, not necessarily replicating that in Sanhok and Miramar. Now that they have gotten themselves that breathing space you've mentioned, they can do things a little bit more differently, a bit more considered, less stress on their shoulders. That being said though, Sanhok, extremely stressful map in general. It's very small, it's very chaotic. Yesterday, in fact, it was actually interesting to see yesterday, Viper, because at first it felt like everybody was trying to deny the fact that Sanhok is super chaotic, and they were like, what? 10 squads still going into zones 5, 6, 7. But the moment it hit zone 5, it was like, all right, it's Call of Duty time. Let's go. Everybody just got into the action and just went ham on each other. Today, given what we've seen in this opening map, yesterday, of course, Erangel was incredibly action-packed. Today, since it wasn't as action-packed outside of a couple of squads, are we expecting that Sanhok is going to follow that same trajectory of being more quiet than yesterday? Or is it going to be suddenly flipped in the opposite direction that everybody just says, well, we were too quiet, we were just warming up, now we're ready to actually go at it?
So, you know, I'll start with saying one of the very few things I say in Sanhok is that if you are going to engage in a fight, engage in it, finish that fight in a matter of seconds, get it done as quickly as possible, because if you start shooting, people everywhere can hear you shooting. So yeah, and I believe a lot of these teams know about this, and seeing from that very first match, I can see a lot of precise teams out there that know what they're doing, they know what they want. And in this particular next Sanhok game, I won't be surprised when I see teams just coming in and clearing people as early as possible. So we might be looking to get some, you know, early game fights, maybe from like game zone 2, zone 3. We might be seeing some eliminations, and moving into the final zone is going to be hectic, because yeah, the third parties, the fourth parties, even the fifth parties are going to be happening in this one, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a party for pretty much everybody. Well, it's not a party if you're the squad that's getting caught in the middle of all of that action. So it really does matter where you position yourself, to allow yourself to always ensure that you are the one that holds the position, that if there are precise shots ringing out onto the map, you're the one throwing them downrange instead of the recipient thereof. So we are about to get into the second and all-important map of the day. A lot of squads want to put themselves in the similar position at the top of this ranking board. A lot of squads trying to make sure that they can stay there right now. Very quickly, it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be an incredible one. And once again, we have Patchy, we have Viper, we've got PUBG Mobile, we've got Sanhok here in the Umzansi Esports League, the 5th season, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. Take it away, boys. Enjoy yourselves. Talk to you after the game.
Thank you so much, Snare. Map number 2, it's Sanhok, and of course, we have already heard and we have already seen how a little bit chaotic this map can be, and especially, as Snare mentioned, if you delay that, if you deny the fact that it's chaotic for a little bit of time, then things just build up and the floodgates absolutely open once we hit the mid to late game. It just becomes so difficult to keep yourself alive, and as you mentioned yourself, Viper, when you take those fights, take them and finish them immediately. You don't want to get caught out here. You don't want to get 5 teams rotating on you to come pick you up. You do not want to get caught out in the blue zone. You just have to keep going. You got to keep moving, keep pulling the trigger, and just don't stop. So hopefully these teams don't delay the inevitable, but they might. I think now is the time for some of these other teams to potentially shine here. You know, some of the big heavy hitting teams usually like to just pull all the way back in terms of putting the foot on the gas on this map. So there is a little bit of potential for an upset, a little bit of potential to actually put some cheeky points on the board that you might not be able to get otherwise.
Yeah, you got a point right there. So, as of right now, seeing how early it is in the game, we might actually be seeing a lot of, you know, slow gameplay. You can even see we've got That was a well placed nade just in the nick of time, getting scored down as quickly as possible. And aimbots were rushing to get that confirmation. Early game, losing that player definitely not what you want. YT Gaming already losing that one. I think they are like 14 on the overall leaderboard right now. So okay, you got to make it work. Got to make it work. And while I was checking out the map, I was half hoping that we'll see a team, looking to make some challenges on certain parts of the map. But it does seem like every single person is looking to go for their own. Everyone playing it safe as early as it is right now. And YT just landing off outside Paradise, Black Clover not too far off from them as well. I don't know, Patchy. This might take a while to get really really active. We might just see a lot of these players and teams rotating and trying to sniff out the enemies, try to position themselves. As it does seems like we have like a pretty good zone right there.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a little bit of damage coming through early. We did see that one original knock coming through there onto YT, so at least there was a bit of fighting. And now, of course, we're seeing 4KT pressuring on towards Black still there, and Dagger taking quite a bit of damage, or at least quite a few shots, but the damage actually goes through on towards 4KT. Are they ready to take this fight? They were confident for it, but now they're paying the price just a little bit. 4KT almost losing a member, but actually managing just to get around the corner. Yeah, absolutely close. I mean, that was 10 HP worth right there, but the smokes do come out, and 4KT are able to recover at least. The pressure does come through from Zeus as well, so he's looking to keep up the tempo here, not waiting to get pushed by Dagger, who is totally ready for that counter push.
Pronto. That is amazing work. You can see immediately they got Pronto on that wide flank, getting the angle in. And I think this might just be it for Black Clover, because they are getting armored in both from straight ahead and right now from their flank angle. And this is it, man. This is it. 4KT already on the move, and what did I just witness? Immediate shot right back, but 4KT is not relenting. They will keep hammering on this one, and that is going to be the first squad out right there. Black Clover back in the lobby, courtesy of the guys from Slime. 4KT living up to the name yet again. They are on the hunt yet again, man.
Yeah, I think this is the play from 4KT. I think what they're doing here is actually fairly consistent, because this is exactly what happened last game. 4KT, they go in, they pick up a kill on towards an enemy team, and then they just kind of chill around for the rest of the map. I mean, right here, in fact, before this game, I was talking about coming away with one game with about 5 points is pretty good, not too bad, and that's what 4KT are doing here. They get one elam, they get 4 or 5 points, and there we go. They're good for the rest of the match. Then they can kind of just do whatever they want, and I mean, that's a decent strategy going into the group stages, and they seem to be leveraging that particular strategy. So we'll see if they continue going forward with that. See if they move that into Miramar as well. For now, though, YT is going to just pull back on their scouting a little bit. Zilla does get a bit of information, but is making sure these won't get caught out just yet. Did see those elams coming through, and decided not to get eliminated himself. We still have lots of teams hovering around, and this is what we were talking about. This is that damn wall building up. The water is just waiting to burst forth, and that's exactly what the fighting is doing right now. It's just slowly building up, and we know that if nothing crazy happens within the next few zones, then things build up so much that the chaos just bursts out and craziness happens for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's gonna be absolute monstrous if we don't see the engagements coming out right now, because right now is the time we actually need to see those engagements if it gets any smaller right there, because right now it seems like about 20% of this zone is currently water right there, and not much fights is going to be happening in those regions, unless probably we got a funny zone that continues to move northward, and then it's even going to be a lot crazier, because like zone 2, zone 3 is going to be like a zone 4, because there's not much of landmass to actually work with, which I would actually love to see. We'd love to see if we are going to be seeing some water plays in this particular one. The airdrop is going to be out here. Is YT going to be coming for it this time around? We'd love to see it. And everyone is well placed around the map, looking to see if they could get some fight right now. Sidemen sitting pretty over in Query. By 9 is going to be host to that. The guys from Zero Tolerance Skills probably looking to move a little bit forward into that zone, get some better positioning. Chaos themselves having that split over just to the southwestern part of boot camp right there, and in that north Northwestern region, we got Mad Knights, the team that had the MVP, that's the Beast from the last match. Right there, also spreading out beautifully over in our team, just holding their position, looking to see what the zone is going to do. And I believe we can't really say much until we see where the next one is going to be coming from. But if we look down south, we can also see your killer is just chilling. Are we going to be seeing some healing strats in this particular round? Because, staying outside the zone that long, not moving in, probably preparing for an healing strat.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. We've seen it a couple of times before. It hasn't really been used to the greatest effect when it does get employed, but it's definitely a possibility that can come through here. We did actually watch the drop going up towards Royal Demo X. I'm not sure if they've picked that up just yet, but it would be a nice upgrade for them for that level 3 gear. Would definitely very, very, very useful. On your screen, of course, is Young Thunder. That's YT Gaming. Right on your screen. They have got their little compound just under lock and key. In the kill feed, the killer is going up against Unique there, and it's a back and forth. Keish is going to get the knock on towards Slick in that particular exchange. So things are definitely tensing up right now, but we're not seeing the control that we are looking for. Apex is moving in, Zero Tolerance. Skido is going to get taken down there, so some knocks are certainly coming through. Manfila is looking for some of his own, but well, is this going to be enough is the real question here, because, well, some teams are, of course, going to be looking for that chicken dinner, and it'll be interesting to see who it is, and it will be interesting to see, actually, if the Mad Knights are able to swipe away that first place with kills again, or if they're going to fall off just a little bit here on Sanhok.
Yeah. So anytime I see teams up in Sanhok, having a spread out like Apex does right now, I'm like, okay, it's either they are very confident in their plays and they have a lot of trust for each other, or they're just trying to play it safe, keep each other at arm's length and try to cover each other as well. But I would go for the latter because, yeah, I've seen Apex play a few games and they seem to be able to handle themselves quite well. They were in an altercation with Slime 4KT in the last match and were able to pick up a couple of knocks. Maybe didn't win the match. I couldn't really focus on that part because there was a lot going on. But yeah, I would love to see them pop up in this particular one and see what they will be bringing up towards this one. But Team Unique right now is going to be trying to make their way towards this one, as this one is going to be making that push to the next one, and everyone keeping their eyes out, making sure there is no ambush, because this is the map of ambush. This is the map where you think everything is clear, and then once you get into that trap that has been set right on ground, you get jumped, and well, this could be really crazy. As I'm saying that, I think I just cast that jinx to the guys from Apex.
It happens. It happens. In any case, we do have Team Unique trying to get out of that blue zone right now. Thankfully for them, not doing too much damage, so they will be able to get out without much trouble. Zero Tolerance still taking a little bit of a tussle against the Sidemen as well. Nerf coming in and Pablo putting in the damage. Paradox getting taken down, so maybe they've bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. They are taking a little bit of damage in return. Unique still trying to move out of that blue zone here, just trying to make sure they don't get too much damage taken from the blue. It's only level 2 at the moment, so not too much damage just yet, but any damage is damage you don't want. Right now you can see Skido from Zero Tolerance skills looking in towards the Sidemen. Your killer is taking a few casualties as well. They're in the kill feed, but Zero Tolerance a little bit split up. If Skido goes down, then he's not really in a good position to get rezzed very quickly. And the Sidemen might be able to pick them apart depending on how they play this. There comes the VSS Vintorez with those silent but deadly shots coming through there and making their lives very, very tough.
Yeah, I'm always very, very wary of players that wield that VSS. They are extremely deadly players. Shooting peanuts out of a gun and getting those knocks is really, really deadly, bro. You have to have some next level of skills. You can see Nef Me is just gonna keep dropping them left, right, and center. Nef Me, man. I knew this man with some mini 14 and whatnot, but he is a monster right there with the what did Sidemen just do right now? They full sent it and
unlucky.
no, you don't want to do that.
Yeah,
That
that they tried to
was
get the tempo play there with the bike right over the rock, but the gravity, the physics, it does not like it when you do that, and they have just flung themselves into oblivion. Zero Torrents is going to be able to recover just a little bit here, and they should be able to fight back. Sleepy actually going to peek out. That was not expected. Grenade in hand. Lord is going to get taken down. He was not expecting the push, and now his team's very low on HP. Are the Sidemen, they get the tempo advantage. The aggression is on their side. Now they're coming in, doing the damage. Nerf Me, the guy who was doing it all with the VSS, is now picking up the pace with the Vector, trying to get the rest of these kills, trying to get the secures, and he'll find them. The shots flying in from that Vector, just too quick, too accurate. Nerf Me needs a nerf here, because definitely he is putting in so much damage for the team.
I love what Sleepy did right there. The push he made out onto those two players immediately was a decision he made because he heard the grenade. Immediately he heard the grenade, was like, this is my opportunity. He hammered in on that one, and we've got Me is going to be pushing in. He's got that Vector in hand, one of the very few weapons I do not want to go 1v1 upon, but I do love the decision that he's dropped back right now to pick up his teammates. And Sky Dodo, yeah, this man is deadly.
Oh,
This is some 1v1s coming in. He changes to the VSS, but how is this going to turn out real quick? He's going to go for that revive instead of, healing up, which is also a smart move. 2v1 would be something really nice to see right now. And let's see how this is going to be ending up for them. Apex just airing that shot off in the distance, looking around to see, can we be a part of this? Can we pick one or more kills right there? And it's just amazing what Me did right there, being able to, hold him down for his team and not just, botch that one for his team right there.
We've got a drop happening right on top of a mountain, sitting there where absolutely no one will get it. Thank you very much, game. Very useful drop. It happens,
get me
man.
if you can.
Yeah, I mean, we need some climbing tools in this game to get up that mountain.
A Revenant to get up there. A Revenant or a Pathfinder.
In any case, the zone is moving in once again, and we do see the teams still sitting quite happily inside, but for how long is the real question. Apex taking a little bit of a tussle against BBC, and we did watch some very good work coming out from Nerf Me just a little bit earlier. I mean, that guy was single-handedly just doing everything for his team. It'll be interesting to see how he brings that pace to the late game. And speaking of, we are moving there slowly but surely. The teams will start to be squeezed into those very small spaces as that zone did shift up towards the north and make things a little bit more difficult. These teams are going to have to start rotating very quickly. You can see there's only 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock for them to rotate, for them to actually get into the correct positions here. And so the teams need to start making decisions. Are they going to take the fight, Viper? And if they do, are they going to do them quickly? Because you don't want to get caught in a prolonged fight right now while that zone is threatening to come through.
Yeah, it's really difficult to say what each one of these teams would do right now. But what I've noticed is that if they do need to take the fight, they head on and take the fight. You hardly see majority of them pulling out of fights right now. Once they see the opportunity to take the fight, they are taking the fight. But they don't seem to be, looking for that fight at the moment. As it's still currently zone 3, about 30 seconds countdown right now into that 4th zone, which is definitely going to push a lot of these teams out of their hiding spots. Starts that engagement. So the earlier you get yourself well situated to take the fights, the better for you. Or even if you are not going to situate yourself inside the zone, make sure you acquaint yourself with the position of every single one of the enemy team. You could use echolocation, listen to the sounds of the shots, and make that decision to make that push up. But we can see right now 4KT up on that. It was just waiting to pounce on any team in their sights right now. Apex slowly but surely trying to get into the guys from Team YT, and boy, this is not looking too sharp at the moment.
Yeah, this is not a push that they are coming out on top of. Professor getting taken down, and Kage is not looking happy with this particular spot. He will get the kill onto Manfila, so at least there is the pickup. Professor still down though. Laser jumping in. That's exactly what Kage is looking for. This guy is just being an absolute beast for his team, keeping it alive. Now, Jassa is there for the support, and that should be enough to turn the tides here. Some very nice work coming through for Apex there, taking it to YT Gaming. And of course, aimbot now from Energy going to pick up the kill as he's running ahead of this blue zone, just keeping the pace, making sure he doesn't get caught out, picking up the kills and moving forward. So we have gotten some eliminations. Some teams have been sent back to the lobby. There are 12 teams remaining now as we move in towards towards the mid game. And this is where the pace does start to pick up just a little bit. As we mentioned earlier on, things are going to start to get just a little bit less comfortable for a lot of these teams. RDX finding Caramel there in the kill feed, and that is the elimination for your killer is they get sent home. And speaking of sent home, Jassa now pushing up too many angles from 4KT. That is, a tree is not going to help you there. That is not enough cover against the wide array of shots coming out of 4KT.
Yeah, definitely. A tree is in PUBG Mobile. A tree is definitely not one of the things you want to be behind, especially if the team you are going up against is a team of caliber like 4KT that knows how to use their angles quite well. But before I forget, I was going to mention that Kage really did an impressive work right there by not getting complacent. Even he had a couple of his teammates down. That was one dead, one knocked, and he was able to pick out at least 2 players in quick succession, moving and get the job done immediately for Apex, making them push up in. Unfortunately, now I think one of them just went down to guys from Slime 4KT real quick. You can see Slime 4KT at the moment is controlling this entire hill right there behind Bootcamp, spreading out, keeping Zeus just down here, the rest on top of that hill. There's not a fly that moves around this axis that they would not have an idea of where it's coming from, and possibly they would swat it in the blink of an eye, making them disappear.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a very popular spot to hold coming out from 4KT up against the cliff face here. They definitely are very capable, and it has come through before in the past season. Speaking of, in the past seasons, we've got BBC getting taken down there as they take a bit of a fight up in towards the zone. We've got 4KT. Obviously, they've got to get those rotates going through very quickly as we turn our attention towards underrated esports, putting the shots in towards Energy. Energy feeling the pain, but instantly dishing it right back at the sender. Pyros is going to go down. Fellas has to come through with a very quick res. Poseidon actually on the back line. He's going to be very, very careful about that. There's the third-party shot. Exactly what we were expecting, and that's not what underrated esports were wanting. That's not what they were hoping for. The team is split, and are they going to be able to consolidate? Are they going to be able to res? I don't know. Clutch is trying to get in the vehicle to make that push, but it's going to be very, very difficult. In the meantime, BBC up here on the top of the hill, keeping a weather eye out for the surrounding teams. They have been pushed back into a little bit of a corner, but they still have 3 players left, and they are still alive. In the meantime, RDX going to be taking a bit of a fight of their own, and we do have Trinity Gaming over here, a team that's desperately in need of some points. They are looking to stay in this as long as possible. They do not want to get taken out just yet. They need some kills. They need some points to just boost themselves up that leaderboard. They don't have many more chances today. They've got this game, they've got the next game to try and make something happen today.
Yeah, definitely trying to make something happen. Trinity, oh, that is some good eyes on this man. He spotted him right through those leaves and dropped him right real quick. But as that is happening, the main team of BBC right now is currently in an engagement with 4KT taking Pronto out really quickly, and they are advancing. Okay. I think we've got just one man on 4KT currently, just secluded from the rest. Probably, I'm pretty sure he will be able to handle himself, drop back, and get himself well situated where the rest of his team can give him some cover. This is one play that I've seen them do a lot of time. Put one player out there. You think it's the bait. It's kind of like the bait. You think he's a loner, and then you have shots coming in from different directions. BBC, smelling this out and just holding their ground on that position, as Apex is also currently receiving several shots right there from LZD off in the distance, and we can hear the shots popping up left, right, and center as we still have Trinity Gaming Neil still looking hard and long towards Energy and trying to get the shots in to drop the enemy team right around there. Rotating into the zone right now and keeping yourself alive is a major work, Pachi.
It definitely is. I mean, we've hit that zone 5 limit that Snow was talking about a little bit earlier. This is where things start to get absolutely nuts. And, well, we already see the blue zone doing its work. We already see the teams feeling the pressure as it starts to eliminate the playable area, eliminate the space that they have. Energy just taking loss after loss here, not able to fight back against all of these angles, and it is going to be Trinity picking up some kills for themselves. The elimination does come through onto Energy, and we are left with our top 10 teams here in game number 2. 29 players remaining on the board to fight it out for their respective teams. 4KT taking a bit of a fight of their own. BBC, having pushed them out of position, has decided to take up residence of their own. But I mean, all of these teams are going to have to start moving. You can see that blue zone, it's moving and it's not slowing down. It's going to take you very, very quickly. And it is 5 zones deep, which means it's going to be doing a considerable amount of damage. Here we got 4KT just capitalizing on a swimming chaos team, which is definitely not the position that you really want to be in at the moment. And of course, Trix just trying to duck and dive away from these bullets, doing a little bit of matrixing, but oh, Plaza, he's just waiting. Oh, but it was a little bit of a bait and switch for KT. You have to be careful that this doesn't happen. You can't let your guard down just like that. Lag, of course, now taking a fight against BBC as the rotations come through, and oh, BBC getting punished for their late rotations.
Where did that unique man come from? He was watching and he so immediately picked. He was like, yeah, here comes my shot, and that is going to be it. You can see him confirming that one, getting yet another knock onto Plaza, and that's going to be Slime 4KT out in third place, but not without taking that 7 kill points with them real quick. And we've got 9 teams up alive. It's zone 6, and this ticker is doing a whole lot of damage. We got Team Lag just trying to, slug it out right there, being careful that there might be some teams behind him, as Apex is also correlating right behind him. And Mad Knight still got a full team alive. We've not really seen much from them in this particular game, but they are handling themselves quite well. This man is a bit confused on which of the enemy player he wants to shoot on right now, so he's trying to make the decision. And you can see they've been able to get some shots in, get some elims as well. 2 elims currently, and they are top 6 right now as Trinity Gaming goes out in that 7th position with 4 eliminations. Real quick, it's looking all shades of pretty as zone 6 is going to be closing in into that next zone, and all hell is about to break loose, Patchy.
It is. We're moving in towards zone 7. We have 5 teams remaining as another elimination comes through, and things are definitely heating up here. It's not going to get any easier. Poseidon getting taken down there as Mad Knights do the damage. RDX under a little bit of fire, but underrated esports trying to stay alive here. Pyros just healing himself up in the zone for what it's worth. Not sure if he's going to be able to make it all the way out, but we do have a really good position coming in from the Mad Knights. So maybe they can actually utilize this just a little bit to pick up some more kills for themselves. You can already see they have quite a few in the pocket. They got 4 kills in the pocket. They've already made it up into the top 5, which is guaranteed points, so that's great for them. They want to try and make it up into the top 3 for the guaranteed 10 at the very least. Another elimination comes through as Apex gets taken out, and now AMD, that of course being Mad Knight, is going to be moving on up in towards Royal Demo X. Kali very much separated from the rest of the team as Char and Poseidon hold down the back line. That zone rotation, very, very good for Royal Demo X. Team Unique getting eliminated. Now it's a matter of holding this zone from Royal Demo X. They have a really, really good spot.
Yeah, I was just about to say something about RDX. The fact that they've got 2 players stacking on each other right there is very delicate for them. You can see Pyro's already picking up on that, and he's trying to take advantage of that one. He's going to get that knock right there with the vehicle onto Poseidon, and he's holding himself well. If Pyro actually is able to, make himself go far in this particular match, I would be really, really amazed at his skills, but unfortunately it goes down because he was able to actually get into that zone despite the ticker right there. And while we are down to 2 teams right now, it's going to be Mad Knight versus the guys from RDX. It's a 2v3 positioning. Looking at this, the Beast on the other end, last game MVP is just looking nice, but the grenade from Kali putting in the work right there. Some grenade with muzzle, but Beast on that angle is going to be beastly up to his name, and he's going to push up in right there. Finds the next man, but that is going to be Beast. What? Patchy, I think Beast clutched that, yeah?
Yeah, Mad Knight's taking a chicken dinner there, putting in some damage, getting themselves 6 elims as well off the back of that. So actually a bit of a slower game from them, not very kill focused, which is a complete different attitude than what we had earlier. I mean, in game number 1, Mad Knights were going crazy with kills. This time they play a little bit of a more tempered game, and well, they pick up the positional points, that chicken dinner, and they come away with another one, 21 points. Mad Knights, they are going to be sitting very, very happy on that overall leaderboard.
Absolutely, Patchy. After these opening 2 games, Mad Knights have found themselves in an incredibly strong position. They didn't get the winner chicken dinner in Erangel, but they have secured it here in Sanhok. And not only that, but they've gotten a bunch of eliminations to boot. So now, Mad Knights almost certainly going to be number 1, not just of the day, but creeping up into being in the top 3 position overall. Really strong performance from them in this game, but one of the things that we really saw happening here, and that what we love to see, right? It happened again, Patchy. The team that got the WWs in game one of the first squads eliminated in game number 2. Is it a case of there's just a target painted on your back where everybody's thinking about how to deal with you, or do they just have a bit more of a devil-may-care attitude if you do so well? I mean, let's forget about Mad Matt. They feel like they're a bit of the freaks of this week so far in that particular situation.
Yeah, I feel like maybe it's a combination of a couple of those things. You maybe coming off of a win feels really, really good, but I also just have to hammer home on the fact that moving in from a map like Erangel to a map like Sanhok is just like two completely, it's chalk and cheese, really. I mean, on the one hand, you've got the Erangel match where, you know, like I said, teams are very comfortable on that. They played a lot. It's kind of the staple of PUBG. And then you move off to a map like Sanhok where you make a small mistake and you can get absolutely punished for it. And so maybe it's a combination of those factors. You know, they're coming off a win, they're feeling a little bit good, and then you know, they get into a Sanhok match, they get thrown for a bit of a loop, and they make a couple of mistakes, and they just get punished for it. So yeah, it definitely happens, and we've actually seen it as a bit of a theme for quite some time. I mean, the same was true for 4KT, even in the season where they took the overall win at the end of the season. I mean, they still had their struggles on maps like Sanhok, even though they were winning on Erangel and Miramar.
Not that many struggles today, though, for 4KT. As we see, we do have the match MVP being Plaza here, coming away with 3 kills. And now that we are going to be looking at what the overall ranking is going to look like coming off the back of this map, of course, Mad Knight did succeed in getting the winner chicken dinner at the very end of it. They did extremely well here, Viper. But things underneath them are starting to shake up, and they're looking a little bit more different than what we saw after this first and opening map. It feels like the only team that can actually relax as we go into Miramar is this Mad Knight squad. Everything else has been shaken up underneath them. What do we think we're going to be seeing once we get to this third and deciding map?
It's really hard to call because each one of these maps, each one of these maps needs a different strategy, and we've been able to see Mad Knights being able to cope in Erangel, being able to cope in Sanhok. So I would say they would cope in Miramar as well. But I'm also looking to see the guys from Sniper4KT. I've seen them perform a lot, really, really good in that Miramar map right there. So I'm looking forward to see them as well. And I must say I'm really, really amazed about what Mad Knights is currently doing, because they will be shooting up, if they are not first on that list, probably like second on the overall list. And this is just 2 matches in, and it's just really amazing. What can I say?
I'm personally not amazed in a good way, Patchy, about the performance that we've seen from BBC and Zero Tolerance Skills, because we see here, of course, from this matchup, they ended in the bottom half. But as we take a look at the overall rankings, one of the things I'm concerned about, these are squads that we've seen not just do really well in the PUBG mobile side of things here in the Umzansi Esports League, but they find themselves before in playoff positions, Patchy. But today just does not seem to be the day for these squads that have the capability, they have the talent, they have the history. What do you think is going through their minds right now after some disappointing showings in the first 2 games?
Well, I mean, at the moment, they're just thinking to themselves, all right, we've got a few points, maybe. I see there are some teams that are struggling in terms of the point section. Some of them do have a decent amount of points, you know, scraped together, and I think they're saying, all right, let's just take what we've got. We can move forward. It's day number 1. You know, let that sort of roll like water over our backs. Let's just move on to the next day. There's still plenty of time remaining. You know, we've got a whole group stage that is happening here. And I mean, you can see some teams are absolutely soaring, some not. Some have a bit more of a struggle ahead of them. But it's not done and dusted. It's not decided just yet. I mean, there's still plenty of days to play, plenty of games to happen, and lots of opportunity for picking up those points. It's not impossible. We've seen it before. They just need to make sure that they don't stay in the rut. You know, if they find that we started off a little bit slow, it's fine. Let's get out of this. Let's start move on. Let's get some points on the board.
We've seen our top 16 right now, and now, of course, those are the players and the teams that are feeling a bit more comfortable. The rest of these squads need to try figure out a way to pick up the pace, bring back some of this momentum. Of course, most of those squads that we're going to be seeing here in the bottom half have only played the 2 maps of today. Still have to see how they perform once we get to Miramar and whether or not they can turn things around in that particular situation. We all have to remember that this is not an academic exercise. Every single one of the 32 teams involved here in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5, brought to you by Not Gaming Africa, is doing it for the all-important $15,000 prize pool. And that's the kind of money that can change a lot of people's lives and just change your perspective of how to approach a game like this. So it is really important not only to make sure that you maintain consistency throughout the season, but that you start on a strong foundation, get yourself into a strong situation. And Viper, you were right. The team that's done so the best today, Mad Knights is already first. If I'm them, do you just switch off your phone now? Go to bed, get an early night, and say, all right, we've done everything we need to do for the opening day. We can now start taking it really, really easy for a while.
I thank you for to be Mad Knight at this point in time. I will just try to take as much point as I can moving on, because trust me, in the coming weeks, it's definitely not going to be easier, because a lot of these teams are going to be going back to their drawing table to see what the mistakes they've made is, and try to counteract this mistake. So definitely, if you relax at this point in time, it could be really, really deadly, because the guys at the back are trying out to catch up. So accrue as much as you can right now. Wow, it's still possible.
While it's still possible, we're going to be seeing whether or not Mad Knights can do that and extend their lead at the top of the leaderboard right now, and whether or not other teams can figure out a way to deal with the Titans of the day and try to claw back some points of their own once we reach that third and final map of Miramar for the evening. And with that, we're going to be taking a short break, allowing the teams to get ready, our casters to catch their breaks, and for you to go home and get some water, return well-refreshed, well-hydrated, and ready for some more PUBG Mobile action. This is the Umzansi Esports League Season 5, brought to you by Not Gaming Africa, and we will be right back with some more PUBG Mobile action. Welcome back, one and all, back to the Umzansi Esports League. We are in for our 5th season, where we continue to determine who are the best of the best on the African continent. Of course, we've already seen what's happened in the FIFA segment earlier in the day, and we are now deep into the PUBG mobile side of things. Having seen 2 maps conclude at this point in time, we now have the all-important Miramar, where things are not just about accruing as many points as humanly possible, but Patchy, every time we see these teams on Miramar, we really see the difference in strategic understanding of PUBG Mobile and how ideas and tactics really have a massive influence on the results on this map.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, you're no longer forced into those positions where there's teams really close by, and you can really get into the action very quickly, very easily. On a map like Sanhok, you just walk a little bit in that direction. There's going to be a team, you fight them, you get some kills, you leave. On this map, it's a little bit different. You've got to go hunting, you've got to go looking, you have to be aware. The long ranges come out very, very quickly. Somebody on a hill on the other side of the map is going to start sniping you. You've got to be ready for it. You've got to make sure that your rotations are on point. You've got to have your team together. Everyone needs to know what they're doing, and you can definitely employ some tactics to utilize the space that you do have on a map like Miramar. There's a lot of potential that can come through there. A lot of things that you can't really do on other maps like Sanhok and even Erangel to a certain extent. Miramar just being such a large space. You can actually go like almost the entire game without seeing anyone up until the mid to late game. So it definitely brings a lot of different sort of elements to the table, and you have to be quite prepared for that.
He brings up a good point here, Viper, because when you are in Miramar, unlike what we see on Sanhok, for example, I forget which team it was, but we saw one of the squads there, they got top 3 by just being able to hold out on the boot camp by Cliffside and just wait. You have that position, you have so many good angles, you can practically see everybody coming at you. Not that many opportunities to do so on Miramar. So is there any kind of OP strat in that particular direction that we can see emerge onto this map? And also, how many vectors are we going to see on Miramar? Because my God, we had a lot of them in Sanhok.
Yeah, but one of the strat I know that comes really handy in Miramar would be if the zone permits. There are certain high points in Miramar that a lot of teams, use the buggy to crawl up, and then they just sit on that position and beam down on every single team moving around. So that's one of the things that I always say, although Pachi has said a lot of strategies that teams use out there, but one thing very important is you need to get vehicles that can move fast and can adapt to that terrain really quickly. So every single member of your team needs to get a vehicle to be able to move quick, get the flanks, get the positioning, so you respond to every single shot, every single grenade, every single movement, every single sound you hear. You don't be like, oh, I heard the sound and then you are sitting pretty. No, you want to make that movement immediately. You want to make sure you are up to the task, you are responsive at every single point in time. That is the game of Miramar. That is how you win Miramar right there.
Certainly, we did see that demonstrated yesterday in pretty emphatic fashion when we have that mass mobility and that ability overall to just keep moving, never allow yourself to be held in one position, held down and caught out. And of course, this is the kind of map where we don't see as many party ruiners showing up in situations. So it does mean that you have to be on point from the beginning of it. So we are now about to kick off with this 3rd and final map of the evening. This is Group C and D in the PUBG mobile side of the Umzansi Esports League. It's very important to put your best foot forward, get your points, get your eliminations, and get up into the top half of the match rankings. To see which squads will be able to do so, we've got Patchy on the mic, we've got Viper on the mic, and we've got some PUBG mobile action. Take it away, boys, for the final time this evening. Good luck, have fun, and bring us the hype.
Thank you so much, Snare. Good luck, have fun to the teams on map number 3, the final map for this evening. It is, of course, going to be Miramar. We have some nice, wide open spaces for the teams to utilize to see where they're going to be going. We have a very nice flight path heading in from the east, just off to the east of Impala, all the way up to the northwest, up just above Ruins. So a pretty decent flight path, going to give the teams good access to all of those drop spots. For the most part, they'll be able to go wherever they like. And so the real question does come down to, can they get those vehicles, like you're saying, Piper? Can they get those vehicles? Can they make the rotations? Because, if you get caught out far away from the zone, you need to put your foot on the gas and you need to go. Everyone in your team needs to get a move on. You need to be able to make sure that you can respond to what not only what the zone is doing, but then of course eventually what the teams are doing at all times. And to answer Snare's question, are we going to be seeing any vectors in this map? I'm not too sure. I don't think so. This is the map where we see those mini 14s, Viper.
Mini 14s, yeah. This is the map of the SKS. Yeah, pretty much. But one thing I was gonna say earlier on was that it might be too early to call it, but I'm really hoping we see a zone that ends on the that ends on the southeastern islands. That was what I was about to say, but this just proved me totally wrong. But right there is still a pretty nice zone covering a whole lot of land area right now. Majority of the teams are in this, just a few teams out there like 4K team, Black Clover landing closely to each other over in Crater Fields. And it's Miramar. It might seem really close on the map, but I'm pretty sure it's a bit off. And energy is already into it. Oh, that man. Vector coming out right there. Doesn't seem to win that particular one against the shotgun. Patchy, this is early.
It is. We have had a double drop in Hacienda del Patron. So energy is right here. They've already taken a little bit of casualties in the form of clutch, but they have managed to fight back just a little bit. The res does come through as well. So in exchange, they got 2 kills and they didn't lose a single team player, which is fantastic for energy to start off on. You generally don't see the double drops happening later on in the season once the teams have a good feeling for where all the drop spots are. But in the beginning of the season, when the teams are not too familiar with where one another is actually going to drop, then we do have those potential double drops. And then, of course, later on, we do have the potential for the teams to actually decide to double drop, maybe to get a bit of extra pressure to try and squeeze out some points. But in this case, we have 2 teams just dropping in very, very close to one another. Yeah, it does not go very, very well for Team Unique here, who have lost 2 of their players. So they're going to be going into this game already on the back foot. It's not impossible for them to make something happen here, but it is definitely going to be difficult.
Yes. Definitely going to be difficult out here. Team Unique, it's quite unfortunate for them losing the players, 2 players this earlier on. I don't think they've been having the best of the days today. This is the 3rd map, and going into the game, just about 3 minutes in, they are already down 2 players. But I think if any of the players can actually get this done, it's going to be Exist and Phoenix. They just need to find a way to work together, get their positioning right, read the game, read where the enemy teams are, and they will be able to make it work, hopefully, for their case. But it seems like Exist is making that move, that rotation towards the guys from Apex. Gotta be careful on that one. Get some scouting skills out of the bag immediately so you don't run into another enemy team. But as it stands right now, it's still early on in the game. We still got 62 players left in this particular match, and it's Miramar, of course. The fight won't happen as fast as any other map, probably like Sanhok. And so, yeah, right now, majority of the teams are going to be focusing on reading what they think the zone is going to be doing, and probably getting their loots on, getting the grenades, looking for those sites, because sites are quite important in this Miramar map as it stands, because you want to take some of those long range engagements. And as well, we'll be seeing teams stocking up on smokes and throwables, because there are positions in which you would have to use them alongside your automobiles to give yourself some sort of soft cover as well as hard cover from your vehicles as well. But the grenades, it's quite early on in the match, as we can already see the grenades are still popping up, as energy is looking to still get some more heliums. They are being extremely careful, clearing every single blind spot they've got right now with grenades. Not rushing out there, not willing to lose any players. It's lovely to see this kind of level of caution, Patchy,
Yeah, it's certainly making sure that they don't get caught out, which is great. And speaking of getting caught out, Fionix going to get caught out by Apex here. Kage just going to find those quick shots and get that knock. And I think this should be an easy kill secure as well, because there's no teammates to come and help at all, which is a little bit unfortunate for Phoenix. Not going to enjoy the slam dunk that is most likely going to be delivered by this nade coming out from Kage. It should land. It looks like it was very much on point, and yes, it was indeed a nice slam dunk. A Kobe coming in, killing Phoenix, and a nice kill secure coming in from Kage. So that's 1 point in the pocket of Apex. Going back to Energy, this is the team that you were talking about, just very, very diligently clearing out the place. You know, that early drop where they found Team Unique, they saw that the two players were there, and they were like, okay, let's just make sure that the rest of the team isn't waiting in ambush, making sure that we're not going to get caught out. And that's exactly what they've done. Of course, Unique has rotated away, but good on them that they've at least done their due diligence. I'm not too sure if I agree with Unique's game plan in the fact that I saw them split their two players up. Sometimes it's a little bit better to just consolidate and play as a two-man team, move a little bit quickly, get around, you know, make sure you've got the support of one another, because if you get that knock, if one of you gets knocked, I mean, there's no way you can help each other out if you're too far away. 4KT actually going to go in there. Vibe gets taken down there, so that's Black Clover getting hammered just a little bit by LZD. Lizard, maybe that's a lizard. I'm going to call him Lizard from now. Lizard going to find a little bit of kills, and 4KT going to be doing the same thing, picking up a few shots here and there on towards Black Clover and the rest of the squads. 4KT doing pretty decently here. They've got one kill in the pocket. They've got their players alive, and they're being a little bit of a nuisance, but nothing too crazy happening. Plaza is going to secure the kill onto Black Clover, so it looks like they will pursue this team all the way to the end.
Well, that's 3 players down right there from Black Clover. So I think they have just one left away from the first team back in the lobby. That man's got to stay up alive, you know, keep his team as far as possible. They need that placement point. I think they are currently on the 14th place in that total overall leaderboard. So they got, they are not doing too badly for the first day, but at the same time, they don't want to lose their placements right at this point in time. Slime 4KT, you know, still with their strats, getting that early elims point and moving up in. You see, they never rush on into the zone because they just want to take it slow, read the happenings from the other team before they make their move. And so far, it's been getting them a lot of elimination points. Maybe not that much placement point, but yeah, definitely what they need is that consistency, which they've showcased so many times that they have. And yeah, looking to see more. Black Clover on the other hand is left with just Dagger, looking to see if he can survive for as long as possible. Zero tolerance skill is going to come. Ratatata in Sky Dude has been amazing. Not true. What was Kratos doing over there, bro?
No, that's not the play, Kratos. That's not the play. Hitting the ground, and he's just totally unaware of the attack angle coming out from Skidu, and he just catches them both totally unaware. Zero Tolerance going to pick up some very nice 2 kills in the pocket for that little bit of a blunder coming through from BBC, an unfortunate one at that. And it looks like Young Thunder is going to be setting themselves on fire, which is also very unfortunate. Look at that in the kill feed there. They're just burning themselves alive. That's not fun. Zero Tolerance is going to have a little bit of fun after picking up those 2 kills. They get to just play a little bit slower here. The zone does not do that much damage right now, but they still have to be careful of it. You don't want to get caught out here for too long, especially for the fact that Miramar is so big. Sometimes you can get caught out in the blue zone for quite some time. You can see a lot of these teams starting their rotate in from the north, trying to move down in towards that zone, which is shifting slightly towards the south at the moment. Lots of teams over towards Picado and Las Leones. So we'll see where the fighting starts to break out next.
Yeah, the lower half towards the quadrant of this particular circle right now does seem to be seeing less of an activity, as majority of the teams are just moving in from the north, as you said, Pachi. But well, I think we might actually be seeing a couple of teams being able to sniff it out. Maybe probably a YT will be able to sniff out that there has been not much activity towards the south region and move in towards that direction. But if you would make a quick prediction right now, where do you think the next zone is going to be popping towards? Because it's going to determine a lot of what is going to happen in this game.
Oh, that's tough. I think it maybe shifts towards Los Leones, but I really wanted to go south. That's actually where I wanted to go, because what would be really cool now is if we see Lag rotate on that long road down past Puerto Preso, just all the way down to the south, and actually take up a position on one of the crossroads, just down towards the south there of that playable zone. Yeah, and then they sit there, the zone rotates, and then they get to just, you know, do a little bit of gatekeeping as all the teams start to pour in. So that would be nice to see. I don't think we're going to see that. But, he has a nice little level 3 drops for Royal Demo X. Neptune going to be picking that up. So that's a very nice boost to the equipment right there. Zero Tolerance skills, just healing themselves up as best they can, trying to stay ahead of that blue zone. See, this is what I'm talking about. You spend a lot of time in the blue, and it does start to chip away at that health.
Yeah, and it doesn't look really, it's not looking too packed in the health department at the moment. And these are things that you need for the late gameplay. You're already wasting a lot of it. But, you know, each time I see this guy's name, it gives me a lot of joy because Dodo is actually like fried plantain in my culture. And it's like really, really loved by a lot of people. So anytime I see them, I sky Dodo. Yeah,
uh,
so it's always amazing to see him go. He's got the 2 kills for his team right now. Needs to, patch up in that health department real quick. And oh, that is going to be a slime for KT at it again, getting some vehicles blown up. This is one thing you see a lot in Miramar as well. Vehicles getting blown up, the long range shots. You see people going prone for those shots with those holo and red dots blowing up vehicles left, right, and center. This is one of DK's favorite things to see
oh yeah.
while casting as well. I love to see those vehicles blowing up. It's like DK points, and you are the patchy points of the with the Sosnovka military base. But that enough of points left, right, and center right now. Trinity Gaming right now, keeping it low key, keeping it slow, making sure they are not spotted. But I think I might have jinxed them because I caught a whiff of a team just rotating off on the distance. And yeah, Apex is also getting in engagement right now. But I don't know. The fights are beginning to happen already. It's just zone two, Pachi.
Yeah, right now we are seeing Trinity Gaming just up ahead of Energy, who is rotating just across that perimeter. And so they're taking a little bit of fire here. Energy trying to stay ahead of the curve, and Trinity just trying to put the shots in over this hill. Energy has managed to find their way into the zone for now, but the shift does come through, and that's going to leave them a little bit exposed. Oh, look at them. They're just trying to run as far as possible, trying to dodge, bob, and weave in these vehicles. And they need to be careful because if these vehicles get taken out, it's going to be tough to make that rotate happen. And Trinity, they're just being merciless here. They're pulling the trigger, and they do not want to let go right now. Very, very difficult times for both YT Gaming, who's taking a lot of damage here. He has to try and stay ahead of this one, as well as Energy, have managed to move up towards the top of the hill. Oh, times to just get out of the vehicle. Takes a little bit of damage, but he's still alive. No, goes right over the top, and Mercy with some nice pinpoint accuracy there is going to find that kill and will be able to pick up the confirm as well. So that's a nice point in the pocket of Trinity, who are all, once again desperately in need of those points. Anything that they can pocket right now is going to be helpful for them in the long run, at least.
Yeah, extremely helpful. I love the fact that Messi had stick those bullets right there. Like, oh, once I shoot someone and I get them down, I'm going to come back for those bullets because yeah, I need them in my arsenal right now. And you can see immediately they got that. They're like, yep, it's time for us to make our move. We're taking out the guys making their rotation. This is another strat you see a lot of teams use in Miramar. They wait on the edges to say, to catch teams that are rotating. They just rotate a little bit later after they've taken down 1 or 2 kills. They make their own rotations further towards the zone. They have their routes already planned out, and they make that move immediately. I'm loving the way Trinity are making their rotations right now. Probably have this all planned out. You can see them maybe a little bit. I would expect them to go maybe a little bit more wide, just a little bit, not that much, because right now it might be a bit difficult for them to get that defense in if a team attacks them from a different direction. But yeah, what do I know? I don't know their strategy, and it's currently looking all shades of beautiful at the moment because we're in zone 3 and we still have 15 teams up alive, and we've not really seen a major fight at the moment. It's just been
Yeah.
teams picking each other off left, right, and maybe one kill there, another kill there, except for like 2 teams getting completely wiped out. And Energy not looking too good. They don't have mobility at the moment. This is one of the things I mentioned earlier on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly what you said. I mean, without the vehicle, it becomes so difficult to get the rotations in, especially with the distances that Miramar forces you to cover. Sometimes it just becomes really tough if you don't have that vehicle. In fact, it does become really tough if you don't have that vehicle, which is why you were mentioning Trinity. They've got the vehicle for each of their players, so it is good for them to be able to rotate around. They are getting punished for it at the moment, but at least they had the mobility, unlike Energy, who now have to out-heal the zone and try and sprint as quickly as possible. And I'm not too sure if they have the capacity to stay ahead of this one for long enough. Aimbot's already chugging down those meds to try and stay ahead of the damage of this blue zone, but we're moving in from zone 3 to zone 4, which means the damage is starting to ramp up here in the blue. They are not going to be able to subsist here for very long. They have to get out of this position, and it's not going to be easy. That zone does not wait for anyone. 50 seconds before it starts to just close on in and make things even more difficult for these teams. So Energy do have their work cut out for them here. But it is exactly as you say, Viper. I mean, the teams haven't, other than a couple of skirmishes and some knocks here, we haven't really had any serious fighting happening, and I guess that's to be expected just based on the size of the map. But everyone's also playing it to the strength of Miramar. They're playing to the long distance engagements. They're playing to that sort of play style, which does lend itself more to knocks than to eliminations. So right now we haven't seen that many eliminations, but we will start to see that. As you can see on your mini map right here on your screen, that zone is starting to get nice and small, and the teams are getting very close.
You called it, you know you did. You called that zone, and we've seen YT making the rotation. Lag also rotating, maybe not as deeply as you called, but yeah, they did make the rotation and might be able to catch a couple of teams off their guards right there. But right off in the distance, we can see Slime 4KT, Mad Knight are about to get into an engagement. Mad Knight coming in from both sides. They have a 2-2 split coming up with Zeus. Zeus picking up the first knock real quick. Okay, Slime does seem to be having an advantage, but that is going to be a return knock immediately from Mad Knights, as Apex is currently in a tussle with the guys from Underrated Esports, I believe. And wow, this is lovely to see, but the shots are raining in as Fellas is trying hard to keep his team up, but Apex is dishing out the damage. Also maybe receiving a bit, but not enough to get them out of this one yet. Apex has got to make this one Kage moving like a beast right there. This man keeps coming through for his team, bro.
Yeah, the bobbing and the weaving paying off at the moment, coming through for his team. There we have 4KT moving up slowly up this hill. Mad Knights, they are the ones under pressure. But right now, I mean, Mad Knight's performance has just been so fantastic today. They've really been having a good day in terms of gameplay. They've been picking up some serious points, and now they're being challenged by 4KT, a little bit of a gauntlet thrown down, saying, okay, let's see how good you really are. Let's see if you are all that you claim to be. So 4KT now making a little bit of an assault, split 2-2 on either side. Mad Knights now have to just control this aggression as much as possible, repel it as much as possible. They are throwing out the smokes, making sure the util is on point for KT. They are going to be the ones who have to pull the trigger here, because they're not going to get handed anything for free. Lizard is going to make a rotate there, almost getting caught out. Ammo actually is going to be the one who gets caught out, but it's not by 4KT. It's Sidemen. Pablo showing his hand, showing himself through the doorway, taking Ammo all the way down to like 10 HP. Very, very close to elimination with the Beast. He's got a little bit of a forward start here for KT. They are going to make the rotate, but he picks his moment, gets up, and that's a nice knock. Midnight, or sorry, Mad Knight, should I say, just getting a nice leg up there from the Beast. Ammo now turning on, getting into the 4KT ranks and just absolutely causing havoc. Down they go, and that's a lot of damage done. And now Mad Knights are going to be put to the test. Up comes the Beast once again, the man who started the action, and he has to close this off as well. 4KT taking quite a few casualties here. They've lost 2 of their players, and the last 2 are very low on HP, but they have managed to at least get a little bit back in return for the assault that they are enduring. That blue zone has closed up as well, and is going to make things a whole lot more difficult. I think the Mad Knights have all but been dealt with by this point, and now they are stuck out inside that blue zone.
Yeah, that was an hectic engagement from Sidemen. Pronto, that's the Slime 4KT, and Mad Knight as well. But Mad Knight still got one player up alive, but no, we got yet another team looking towards guys from Slime 4KT. Is going to be ZT Paradox just dishing the damage right now towards Slime 4KT, while Sidemen is just spectating off in distance. The Beast is still the man left up alive. This man, give this man a medal, please, because he's been trying his best right there to keep this game going for his team, I must say. And Sidemen right off in the distance, taking a bit of damage right there. I believe Sidemen should be able to pick off a couple of kills from this particular point if they look hard and long enough. But while this is happening, you can see your killer is also getting dealt with off in the distance as Apex is picking up a couple of early points. This is where it gets real, because a lot of those teams are going to be forced to move into that next zone 6, and whosoever is sitting pretty inside that zone at this point in time has got a lot of work to do. It's just basically going to be a lot of target practice going on right now. But if they don't have their head on a swivel, then they might get blindsided and get pushed in from an angle they are not expecting at the moment. But Mites right now holding it down, but Swag finds him and takes him down with some 5.56 Swags right there, putting in the work. He's got to be careful, get his health back up. I don't think he will be able to take up his teammate on that one. Now will be a good time for him to find his route into the zone and get some more points for his team. But well, that is going to be him back in the lobby. Patchy, we are down to 9 teams, zone 5 right now. How do you think this is going to end?
Yeah, well, we're down to our 9 teams remaining, 22 players left. There's 1 player left for Trinity Gaming. They've managed to come out barely on top of that one. We've got a couple of teams in towards the zone, and some of them have done a really good job of just capitalizing on some of the things that were happening. Now we've got BBC, it's for Luck and Sunny moving up, and well, Zinc, he has to be careful. He's the only player left for Trinity Gaming, and he's got to make something happen. He's got to find kills, got to find placements. He's guaranteed a top 9 finish at least, but I mean, you want a little bit more than that. You want some points on the board. You need to move yourself up. Trinity, like we've been talking about, they're needing the points. This is the chance to earn them. Zinc stands up just briefly, but actually gets the timing a little bit off for Luck. Just hits the deck very, very quickly. Avoids that particular confrontation. And so Zinc, left on the back foot once again, has to crawl around looking for another opportunity to strike. We'll see what happens. The rest of the team's moving in towards the zone. You can see the zone about to close up and get a whole lot smaller, and that's not good news for these teams because we've got 9 teams and 22 players that need to start squeezing their way in to this zone. We've got RDX now fighting for their lives at the top of this hill. It's Apex moving to the top here, looking for that aggression, looking for those kills to come through very, very quickly. And Professor, he is moving right up to that vehicle, trying to get a bit of a head start on this one. Up he comes, and he actually does find the shot. Some very nice tempo advantage going in his direction. Now we've got Poseidon on the back line, trying to find something in return, trying to repel this attack. ZTS Paradox finding a nice dunk on towards the Sidemen Psycho. The Apex now pushing in towards Royal Demo X, and this is it. The players are dropping like flies. Andrew gets taken down there. Professor now the last one left to try and make something happen, but Poseidon and Neptune have got the HP advantage. Poseidon taken very, very low. That's Professor. Some nice shot work coming through there just to bring back the pain right back to RDX, and that is, I think, going to be the elimination coming through for them. So some very nice shots and kills coming in for Team Apex, and they're going to be able to bring themselves back into a winnable situation. At least they've got 3 players left. They've got some vehicles to move into the zone. We've got 6 teams left, and the Sidemen are now under pressure.
Yeah, getting pinned inside that little building right there is gonna be, it's not something you want to be at this point in time, because a nice nade, well placed, bounced off the edge of the window would would do a lot of catastrophic damage right into their position. And Kage at this point in time has been a really, really good player on the sides of Team Apex. Right now he's holding different angles and making sure to put the pressure onto the enemy team real quick, but at the same time while trying to make sure he is in the safe as well. This is what you love to see. Zone currently forcing out the guys from Sidemen and delivering easy kills right there to Kage right at the point in time. There's a couple of smokes popping out right there, but smokes are soft cover, can't really do much right there to cover your position as well. Maybe visually, but when the bullets comes raining down, they just need to find an hit marker, and that is all that is going to happen. Apex is going to try make their rotations in, and every other team right there is just going to keep everyone else at bay. You can see Apex right now well centered at that particular point, looking towards every single position in the teams pushing towards them. They've got eyes on BBC, they've got eyes on zero tolerance kills, and they are trying to keep them at bay really well. But whatever they're doing is currently working. They have 19 kills, one short of 20, bro.
Yeah, Apex has been on a point in this game, and definitely a little bit of a surprise considering the teams that we thought were going to make it up to the end here have not made it. But it's Apex, almost 20 kills in their pocket, and now they're in the top 4 as well. So that's a huge amount of points in their pocket, guaranteed.
We'll see
if they can take the win as well. They do have the zone, you're right. This is actually fantastic for them. Target does get taken down by BBC, for Luck with some really well-placed points here. But really, this is very much Apex's game to lose at this point. TRINITI actually also doing a very good job of keeping themselves alive. That Sync just keeping the hopes and dreams. They're making it into the top 3 actually, as we see now, are going to fight and turn their attention towards Apex to try and get something going here. They have to fight uphill because of course the zone is not in their favor, as you mentioned, Viper.
Yeah, it's not in the favor right now. It's a matter of the countdown. As the countdown is on zone 8, now their backs are pushed up against the wall. How well will they be able to assault the enemy team right in front of them, that is Apex? How well will they be able to convert this into their favor? Will Zinc be moving in as well at the same time that BBC is moving in? Will it be hindrance, a cog in the wheel of BBC? Let's see how this is going to play out, because if Apex is getting pushed from 2 different angles, they might lose sight and they might lose this. But at the moment, I love the 2-2 splits coming in from them, making sure they've got eyes on every single angle. But right now is the time that we see the smoke start grenades, the Molotov raining out, trying to force out the players right there from Team Apex. Team Apex has not been having a really good day today, but this is definitely their match, and I would love to see them convert this into a really, really good one. But at the same time, I would say the fact that they have this, I'm not really comfortable with it. They probably should find out a little bit more if they have the cover to use. Oh, nice work from Professor, getting that instant knock and test. But Sonny right there is just going to keep it really, really slow. Professor's got his eyes fixed on that position. And I think it might be too early, but I'm calling this for Team Apex, bro.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, TRINITI, it's actually about them securing the 2nd place, but no, Zinc will get eliminated by Android. So I think this is a done deal. Easy peasy. Coming up, securing that kill. BBC goes down, and you're absolutely right.
Kills.
Apex just picking that easy chicken dinner up after a fantastic game coming out of Apex. Definitely a little bit unexpected, but quite a pleasant surprise nonetheless to see Apex pick up the pace like that. And also really nice to see TRINITI actually making it up into 3rd place there, snaking their way in for some points to move themselves up that leaderboard.
Yeah, 23 kills. I think that's the first over 20 plus kills right there in this particular group matches. Yeah,
I think so. That may be the first over 20 kill game that we've had in the season so far. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Team Apex, I see you are breaking boundaries, huh?
They are not just breaking boundaries, but they are dominating the competition, and they take a stellar game at the end. They have north of 20 kills, like you were both mentioning, and not only that, but getting 1st place, getting more out of the kills than they're going to get out of the placement points. But that's going to dramatically change how things have ended up for them here. And of course, that will mean that we have ended the day of PUBG Mobile action, but we still have a lot to talk about here, Apache. This team, you were mentioning it earlier on, right, about squads like, let's say, an SKT, who might not start that well, might do a little bit poorly, but as time goes on, dominate and become explosive when it really matters. Today, Viper mentioned it, that they weren't having the best day on Erangel. They weren't having the best day on Sanhok. But in Miramar, Team Apex really came up. They really showed what they're about. What did they do differently and specially that they weren't able to do in the previous 2 maps?
Well, I mean, I think the big thing there, we noticed the high amount of kills. I mean, when Viper pointed out that they had almost secured 20 kills by the time the end game was rolling around, that's when you know they were doing something a little bit different. And I mean, we see this very often when teams find their niches in terms of maps. You know, we were talking a little bit earlier about Sanhok, how some of the teams would struggle. The opposite is also true. There are some teams that just find their niche, find their groove in certain maps, and they just absolutely shine, and you can see what they're made of. And I think Apex has just shown that they are quite a capable team, at least, at the very least on Miramar. And they've done a pretty good job of leveraging the advantages that the map brings. So yeah, the fact of the matter is they were just able to ensure that regardless of what was happening around the map, they were picking up the kills. Evidently, the other thing that we noticed, or at least that I noticed coming into the end game, is that they had all of their players still alive. You know, one thing that Miramar lends itself to quite often is the knocks instead of the elims, because they're such long distance engagement. You can get knocks, but sometimes you can't really secure those kills from such a far distance away. And we did actually see a lot more close combat happening than usual on this particular particular map. So I think Apex may have just been taking a really good tempo advantage there based on what they were working with in the map. They were picking up the kills, they were securing them, and they were just moving forward, because the more kills you get and secure, the more space you create, and you can just move around freely, you can take control, you can go where you need to be, get the rotations on very nicely, make sure you're centered inside the zone, you have a good advantageous position, and they were just able to utilize it today.
Patchy sort of read my mind here, Viper, because I was going to ask you about this, about the fact that something that rarely actually ever happens in this game is that you have your entire squad with you up until the very end if you end up winning in the fashion that they did. And one of the things I noticed about what they did too is oftentimes when you see this happen, the rare times that it does, people tend to be playing in these sort of like smaller squads, right? You'll be like, right, 2 of us will go to one portion of the map, 3 of us will go elsewhere, then we'll try to figure things out later. But they played very cohesively as a unit pretty much the entire time through. It felt like watching a military tactical shooter rather than PUBG Mobile. Is there a way to try and counteract this? If you're one of the other squads re-watching this squad, looking back at this replay, how do you break up a team that's playing with this much comfort, with this much map cohesion, team understanding? How do you put them in an uncomfortable position when they look this good?
Yeah, in this kind of situation, it takes a whole lot to actually, counteract this kind of strategy, because it's a proven strategy, even used by militaries and whatnot. So to counteract something like this, you would really need some 100 level IQ, in fact 1000 IQ plays, probably some bait and switch, with a lot of grenades and smokes to bamboozle the enemy team at that point in time. Because yes, they do have the spread out, yes, they do have the angle, but one thing they have at that point, it is a lot of confidence, and you can injure their confidence, to find their weak point and hammer in just on the right time. But it's going to be very difficult.
It's not easy at all, and unfortunately for everybody else in the lobby, they were not able to succeed in the situation. Although, as much as we are going to be lauding Team Apex, and now they're going to be skyrocketing up the rankings here, Patchy, we also started to see some of the other teams that we expected to do well, who didn't in the opening map of Erangel. We started to see slowly but surely them catching up. BBC getting some very high placement points from this game. We saw, of course, as well, one of the weirder things that I'm not sure I 100% liked, but TRINITI did cheese us out a little bit and play a lot more of a shell game just to secure some of those placement points. And now that that has happened, right, one of the things that we have noticed between today and yesterday is that yesterday you were the one that brought it up, that beautiful balance between the teams that end in the upper half having good kills as well as good placements. Today it seems to be one or the other. Well, the only teams that have done something a little bit different is Night Mode, of course, and now the side here of Team Apex. But everybody else, either you get a ton of kills or you place very highly. Is that going to be something that keeps going? Is that going to be like the difference between groups A and B, say, and C and D? The fact that one half of the competition seems to be much more balanced, and the other half of the competition seems to focus very much on the extremes to get their placements.
Well, I mean, each team has their own strategy. Each team has their own play style, the sort of styles of play that they like to play into, that they're more comfortable with. Of course, we will be seeing the groups crossing over. So we've had A and B and C and D, and then we'll have A and C and B and D, and we'll sort of see them switch around. So it's not like they're going to be playing against each other the whole time. So we won't have, the consistent, this is the group that only does the extremes, and this is the group that only does the very balanced play. We'll have them crossing over, and they're going to be having to face these different kinds of styles all the time. So it's basically a constantly shifting environment that they have to deal with. One day they'll be playing against a team that's very cautious, very balanced. They like to pick their fights. They don't like to just be super aggressive. And then the next day they'll be fighting a team that just hammers at home, and just you cannot get them to let you up. So that particular sort of environment is definitely going to be changing. I think the teams today definitely seemed, I think the only team that we really saw that was getting very balanced was, as you mentioned, the Mad Knights. They were definitely a team that I was quite pleasantly surprised to see perform really, really well. They dropped off a little bit on the Miramar map, but as you mentioned earlier, Snare, they didn't really need the extra points. I mean, they've already moved themselves so high up the leaderboard in this their day one, or the season 5 day 2, should I say, that they're sitting quite happily. So I think the onus then becomes on a team like, for instance, TRINITI, like you mentioned, where it was a little bit iffy for them to get some cheeky snake points, but it does happen, and it definitely is viable. It's definitely on the other teams to actually punish that and get a bit used to that.
If it it's not illegal and if it's within the parameters of the game, then of course you should do everything and utilize every skill. There's no such thing as cheapness. There's only winning and losing, and whatever you have to use in the game to win is acceptable and allowed. But right now, of course, Mad Knights definitely at the top of the leaderboard. We'll see how that pans out in a moment. The way that today has gone, though, gentlemen, because it has been a bit more of a different chaotic affair, it sets us up quite nicely for the next week. As you mentioned, Patchy, we're going to be mixing and matching these groups as time goes on. But also, given the fact that the dispersion of points, I think after especially the last two maps, right, it's seeded us quite nicely. So we don't actually have a very clear out-and-out hierarchy outside of like 3 or 4 teams that have done very well. Your G3s, your Team Apex is now for this performance, your Mad Knights, etc. Who are we looking forward to doing better, Viper? Which team didn't really live up to your expectations today, and you're hoping that they can pick it up in the coming weeks to get themselves into that upper echelon?
I think the number one team that comes to mind right now will be BBC, and I'm pretty sure Patchy would agree with me, because I've seen BBC pull a lot of really good games in the past, and unfortunately today I didn't see too much from them. But moving forward, I'm pretty sure they will be able to patch the patchy areas and move forward.
We need to have somebody on the BBC lineup pull up performances like what we saw from Team Apex, as here the professor from Team Apex itself recording 8 eliminations. This is the 3rd time here, Patchy, in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5 that in a single map somebody has posted up at least 8 kills. This is it's not like we didn't see this happening in the last couple of seasons, but we haven't seen it happening this reliably, that there's always at least one person in the lobby having just a standout performance like this. Has anything changed? What's in the food? What's in the food supply right now that's making all these teams do these incredible performances? I mean, look at that. 23 eliminations. Are you kidding me? Just for context, right? That you have to add up Zero Tolerance kills, Trinity Gaming's, BBC, Slime for Kite, and Team Apex before you start to get to, or the Sidemen, excuse me, before you start to get to the kill tally of Team Apex. How did they make this happen for themselves?
Well, I mean, clearly they've been eating their chicken dinners, and they're nice and healthy and strong, because they definitely did pick up a considerable amount of kills. And I mean, this is kind of what we expect, as the seasons progress, the teams continue to play, they continue to get better, they continue to improve. And so, teams and players especially just performing so well and consistently, this is what we expect, this is what we like. We want to see the competitiveness of the Umzansi Esports League just continue to grow and improve, and that's what it's been doing. And their teams have definitely showed up. They've definitely come swinging, and they're starting to show us why they're here and what they're fighting for. I mean, you've mentioned plenty of times yourself that the prize they're fighting for is not a small prize. It is definitely something that can change the lives of anyone who makes the effort to actually get up into those top slots and win those prizes. So definitely can be quite a huge thing. And so I think you will see the competitiveness of this season just escalate more and more and more as the teams start to get more into the group, start to get more into the zone, as the stakes get higher and higher, especially once we move out of the group stages. It's going to be absolutely nuts, once we have these hyper competitive teams really competing it out. And looking at this overall leaderboard, this is actually really impressive to me. We have 2 teams that have totaled 50 points after day 1 each. So right now, Mad Knights and Team Apex, after their first 3 matches of the season, have both achieved 50 points each, which is just absolutely fantastic. We've got Solo Esports getting their 45 points. So, I mean, the top of this leaderboard right now, looking pretty good, looking pretty competitive. And I'd be very interested to see how this evolves and changes, because I know for a fact that there are some teams that are not on this page that definitely, desperately want to be there.
Absolutely. They need to work hard to get themselves into that upper echelon. One thing that I find very interesting here, Viper, is how this is distributed, right? When we saw that first page of all the teams that are in the top half right now, who are at the very, very upper echelon, a lot of them came from yesterday. Only 3 of them came from today's competition, that being Team Apex, ZTS, as well as the side of the Mad Knights. But the deeper we're going, especially here on the second page, it does seem to be more that we're getting more representation from today's action, where things weren't necessarily as explosive as what we saw yesterday, but certainly everybody was closer in the skill levels. What do you make of how these last 2 days have panned out, given that this has become the distribution in the total overall ranking and the tally of points?
I would say the dynamics of the teams that we had yesterday are quite different from the dynamics of the teams that we're seeing today, because looking through it, the teams that are high up in the particular charts right now are teams that have both skill points and placement points. Even the ones that are ranking a little bit lower are really high on kill points. Look at Slime 4K in that ninth position with 26 elims total from 3 matches, which is not a bad point at all. Maybe a little bit lacking on the placement position, but looking really strong as well. So these teams are teams that I see, they understand the dynamics of this game. They know how to get what they want, and they are actively working towards it, to achieve that goal, to make sure they get to that next point. But it's still too early to actually make that decision, to make that thought known right now, because you never can tell. There's still a lot of is left in these groups to make that change.
The 32 teams that we have participating in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5 here in the PUBG Mobile side of things, they have now found themselves at the end of the first day of competition, first week for us, but it's now starting to shape up and starting to display who has gotten off to their best foot forward. And unfortunately, this could very easily be the situation once we get halfway through the season, but there's still a lot more PUBG Mobile action to come at that point. And right now, one of the things that has been very important and that has changed a lot over the course of the day here, Patchy, is who's been getting these kills. These eliminations have changed so much for the overall tallies of these teams. Viper just mentioned it now. Some of these squads don't place highly, but they get a ton of kills. And we see these players. And what's interesting to me, Patchy, is look at the team distribution, right? Only 2 of these players came from the first day of action, and arguably they were the out-and-out best teams involved in both Playboy as well as Boyden from Solar Esports and G3 Tempo respectively. But in between here, Patchy, it's just today. It's Apex, it's Mad Knight, it's ZTS, and interestingly, most of this came from individual map performances from them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it did. It's actually really impressive to see Apex having just hammered quite a startling victory in that third map. And it definitely has placed a lot of expectations, at least from my side, to see a little bit more coming out of the likes of Team Apex and the likes of the Mad Knights as well. Zero Tolerance, they're always a very interesting one to follow, because you can always expect them to do something, but you never quite know if it's always going to be consistent. So it's nice to see that they are certainly an elimination leader. They are definitely putting some work down on the board. I still think there's plenty of room for the other teams to actually show what they've got. Like I said, I don't think 100% is being given by all of the teams just yet, but we will see it start to come out. We will see that skill level start to increase and increase as the competitiveness of the groups actually does start to increase. We're seeing out the usual suspects. We've got G3 making a bit of a show in those elimination leaders. We've got our teams that have definitely shown us what they've got going on in these groups as well. So, I mean, it's just exciting all around. All of these groups have teams to offer. All of these groups have the styles that are differing to offer us as well, which is just like a totally new and unique experience every time these groups clash. So I'm really excited for the rest of these weeks of the group stages.
It's certainly going to be an extremely exciting time to see how these teams play up against each other, the clashes that happen between the groups. And of course, we're looking for more heroes to emerge, to bring us the performances we saw from Team Apex and from the Mad Knights tonight. We want the kills, we want the hype, we want this to be as exciting as humanly possible. But with that, we are now going to be closing out the day's proceedings, as we have now concluded PUBG Mobile and FIFA for the day. And we also have a very good opportunity to see and suss out what everybody's bringing to the table for this new and 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us over the last couple of hours. We've been joined, thankfully, on the PUBG Mobile side of things by Viper and Patchy. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your efforts, for your hype, and we are obviously looking forward to hearing more from you down the line. And we also want to hear from you at home, so please head on over to Nodwin Gaming Africa. Follow us on the Twitter page there. Let us know your thoughts on the show. And wherever you are watching at the moment, get into those comments and let us know who you're rooting for in the future of this competition. And we are now going to be closing it out. Thank you so much for joining us for these last few hours. Call someone that you love, let them know you love them, and make sure that you're fed, watered, and ready here in about 6 days to continue with the hype, continue with the action, and continue with the Umzansi Esports League. Until then, we're signing out.